Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 8, A City's Hidden Games. There is a tip goal today for today's game, so it will impact the game once we get going. Also, we do have Whiskers here doing art as well. Commissions are open, so if any of you would like a commission, just message me on Discord or Telegram and we can get that going. But for now, I'll go ahead and undeafen for the others, and once they're done with their intros, we'll get started.
You did it.
Alright, I am back.
Okay, I have set up. We're now on the we're at the thing with the thing place thing.
Stuff.
The thing in the thing place, huh?
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
There we go. That's the right one.
All right.
And just to kind of go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying ready.
Fantastic. I did my intro, so you can do yours, and then I can drop my promotion stuff in then.
Oh, I already did my intro.
Oh, good. So TLDR for the promotion, ladies and gentlemen. This year GDQ is supporting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Me and Rygon, whom I'm going to go ahead and drop their thing now. My side as a shout out, have been doing crowd control for Elden Ring for about 2 weeks now. We have decided that we want to encourage donations to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. In my case, for very personal reasons, which I'll get into on another video. I'll just drop one randomly on YouTube for y'all. But long end of the short stick is that we are currently at $650 in donations. If it hits $1,000 in donations to either GDQ, who has additional prizes, or to the Prevent Cancer Foundation, and you DM me on Discord with your personal information block specifically, proof of your donation with the donation thank you screen or anything like that else out, and it ends up hitting $1,000, me and Rygon will both take our next Elden Ring stream that has the crowd control and make the crowd control completely free for that stream, so that way you guys can torture us however you want. This is going to the end of day today, so make sure to get any of those donations in. We are at $650 of the 1,000. If we don't hit the 1,000, I am keeping a catalog of the donations. I will transfer those into coins myself, and I will manually let you guys torture me if you make those donations. Very personal to me. The reason why I like this foundation, I will get into it later, so that way I'm not taking up time. But I do absolutely thank anybody that does donate to that charity. So, that out of the way, welcome. Hi, everybody.
Well,
We might as well get into introductions, huh?
real quick.
Mhm.
For those that do donate, if you show it to Erabain, I will also get you on the next doodle sheet with Whiskers.
Oh, thank you.
I lack absolutely any and all talents, so you get zero incentives from me.
Except for, a thank you. Like,
Yeah,
you can
Hi,
get
Meryl.
called a cutie face.
I mean, they are cutie faces. But it is. It's the Prevent Cancer Foundation, in case for people that don't know, not only work on preventing cancer, but also early detection. And I know I put up a big post and I said I wasn't going to do this. A lot of my family has died of cancer. And when I say a lot, I mean, out of all my blood relatives that have died since I've been born, only 2 didn't die to cancer. And it would have all been prevented by early detection. Every single person. So it means a lot to me personally if people could donate, including my father just over a year ago. So yeah. Introductions, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, let's go in reverse order. Hey, Paint, you go first this time.
Oh, okay. Hi everybody, I am Razim. I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog. He is a noble fae, sentient feral thing, majigger, and he is a mystic, or no, kineticist. or-
There you go. Yep, a kineticist. All right. Dr. Volt, go.
My name is Oneko Taigo. I am also a streamer at twitch.tv/Oneko Taigo. I am playing Dr. Gerhard Volt, an artificer who is of questionable sanity and is also German. So that plays into the questionable sanity.
Go ahead. Fret.
Right. I'm Vari. And yeah, I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician bard, Kitsune.
And,
I
That
I
means
think
it's
you're
my
up.
turn.
Yep, Shoal.
I'm Viv, also generally going by Cats and High. I play Shoal Brinecoat, a aberration ranger.
And last but not least, or possibly last but lost,
Ha ha.
Gwent.
I'm not allowed my bad jokes. Y'all get
No.
yours.
I don't make bad jokes.
My
No,
character has to
no.
suffer them regardless.
Taigo just makes the bad jokes regardless of if he's allowed or not.
In any
Ooh.
case, hello everyone. I'm Carcerus, also known as Key. I play Last Lost, a smoke lion paladin, because nobody is ever going to pronounce the species name.
Zvanos? I forgot what it was. I'd have to look at it again. The spelling.
Savnos.
Zavnos. Zavnos. And I am Drunk Dragonera. I'm your local DM today over on my own channel, Drunk Dragonera, with underscores because I'm fancy and stupid like that. I am going to be your game master and apparently number one dad, which I am completely okay with. And we should do story time with Darren. Fancy transition, go. Woo. I hand you the mic key.
Excellent. So, last time was session 7. Ashes of Tomorrow / Confessions of a Dragon. In respect to Zim wishing to stay monetized, I will gloss over anything that happens to be in the notes that is questionable. Preemptive warning to anyone who is squeamish, but I don't think I put in too much detail.
There were war crimes!
Yes, Dr. Volt is correct. Fret pokes at Lost, gesturing toward the direction of the prison, then to the compass and the button, tilting their head in a questioning manner. Knowing they cannot linger over long on this world, Last collects himself and stands up once Paint allows him to do so. Fragment begin moving towards the direction of the nearby prison complex, or at least trying to. The group wanders around, but frequently ends up in front of what seems to be a mall or a movie theater. The building has a logo, wide entryway, and bright colors compared to the rest of the area. After passing this building a few times, the recallers head inside. They see what happens to appear to be a ticket booth, and some armed ticketers that are very much deceased. On a board, they see a list of attractions they can go to, and names. Very much an entryway to some sort of entertainment. While perusing the entrance and the ticket booth, Lost begins talking about the governing body from his homeworld. As he explains things, he reaches in and punches a button on the ticket booth to print tickets for the group. Then Fret goes and rapidly presses the button until the mechanism jams. There are doors to the left and right, but they are arbitrary as both open out into a grand area. Booths for food like tiny restaurants dot the area, and signs mark stage and victims direct the group where they may go. Of course, dead bodies are scattered about from the very young to adult. Heading toward the victim sign, Fragment take a right. They find what appears to be a very cheap zoo. Cells with windows showing comically small enclosures. At each of these cells is a slot for the tickets, marked votes. Some of these cells are barren. Some have furnishings, some have humanoids in them similar to corpses the recallers have seen thus far. Some of the bodies, however, are blue-skinned, orcish-looking beings that they'd seen from racist propaganda earlier. Clearly, however, the victims in this macabre place were not well taken care of, and there were no small amount of prisoners. Last pauses by an unoccupied cell and uses his ticket on the slot. The device in the cell invites the group to go to show floor 3. Fret slots his ticket into a cell with a body, but there are no living guards to drag the corpse away. So the system isn't automated, at least. It is a long walk to get through the area, and soon enough, Fragment Not Found get back out to the area with all the mini restaurants. Paint smells what seems to be buttered popcorn, but it's blue and definitely stale. However, in spite of the smell, the wild dog is too nervous to go for it, nearly tripping over Last's tail when they pause. When the group head for the stages, they find that the list does not have a floor 3 lit, but floor 7 and 13 are. There's a brief pause as Last has to ask which number is the lucky and unlucky number. While Fred is unhelpful in that regard, he suggests they go to floor 13. At the stage, the group see one of the tusked individuals strapped to a table on stage. It appears as though there were many people in the audience, including those far too young to witness this sort of brutality. Body in bad shape.
Yes.
TLDR, cruelty and torture. Fret silently turns around to leave after observing the show forever preserved in death. Y'all okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Temperature shifts eat me.
Shoal wrinkles their nose and follows suit, finding the foxfold slumped against the wall outside. Dr. Volt also leaves, and in spite of his familiarity with certain subjects, knows how horrific this is. Paint whines, and while he doesn't fully grasp many things in this world, this sight is deeply unsettling to him. Last scoops up Paint, carrying him out into the hallway, saying nothing. Once composed, Fret scribbles out that their choice to come here may have been a mistake, pointing their chalkboard at Lost. Shoal agrees as Lost sits next to Fret. While the smoke line holds Paint and pets over them, he explains that he either feels nothing, or the enormity of the vileness is too much for a comprehensive response. Dr. Volt surmises it is the latter, expressing utter disgust for what the group saw in that room. Scribbling again, Fret asks if they should look at show floor 7. Lost, in turn, asks if Fret wishes to. In reply, Fret writes out, "Morbid curiosity." Putting it to a vote, Lass asks the rest of Fragment if they wish to see the other open stage. Paint is willing to follow Lost wherever they may go. Dr. Volt considers the idea more as an act of learning from the past rather than anything else. Shoal remains relatively quiet, struggling to put into words how they feel about the whole situation. After a little more pressing from Lost, it seems as though the only votes in the group are to see the next stage. Paint is led out of Lost's arms, and on the way to floor 7, Fret plays a tune to bolster the group's courage. Stage 7 showcases a torture of some hybrid of making someone walk over hot coals and walking over little Legos. Just because I want to make the audience cringe a little bit. Last turns towards Volt and Fret, requesting to borrow chalk and a mirror. He then chalks on a deeply disturbed face, noting that whomever came up with this particular torture was truly lacking in sanity. Taking a closer look at the stage, Fret spies other implements of torture as well as the last victim. An Iron Maiden, implements to draw and quarter someone, and other implements made to torture rather than kill. Shoal begins to prance in place, looking rather discomforted at the sight as they imagine having to walk over the torture bed. While Paint doesn't understand what the torture bed is, he is discomforted by proxy, having seen the reactions of others. Lost calls after Fred to see if they're ready to go, only for Fred to write out that they're contemplating taking some of the torture caltrops. Moving closer to the stage, Lass asks the Kitsune if they really want potentially accursed torture implements on their person. Conceding the point, Fred makes ready to leave. When Fragment leave the building, Lost disposes of the remaining tickets, and Paint sends an image to them, asking if they should demolish the building itself. While Lass denies the request purely because it could be a learning experience for future hunters, he does get an excellent idea. That should be future recallers, I'm sorry. Fragment not found head back to the governmental building and, at their leader's direction, begin a team-building exercise, by which they go about demolishing the entire building, each in their own way. Shoal, Last, and Fred go about breaking, chewing, and committing arson on things inside. Meanwhile, Dr. Volt and Paint work on truly demolishing the governmental building. By the end of things, the building is not but rubble, and Fragment are thoroughly de-stressed. With that little side test done, Fred is finally permitted to press the button. Confetti poofs out, and the compass congratulates the recallers on successfully mentally surviving an Alias. They are now told to call their cough at their leisure to leave, or ask the compass for somewhere to go. Lost calls for Dextrel, who appears with startling immediacy. The cough was not mentally prepared for the lake or the world, and he really doesn't want to be here anymore. So, once everyone seems ready to go, he pulls out a tag and snaps it. In a blink, everyone except Dextrel is back at Threshold, though the cough arrives soon after. Dex then stalks off to start a report that he needs to write up, leaving Fragment not found to recover from being shunted back to Twilight suddenly. Last gently pets over Paint's head when the pup looks up at him expectantly, calling him a good boy even as he fights off the warp nausea. When Fragment are ready, they proceed through the transference office. This time, the gnomish clerk uses an air horn on Fret specifically, but gets confettied for his trouble. The group leave the office, finding the recaller's second-in-command, that one, waiting for them. The hyena-like individual with an unsettling smile. His hands behind his back, waiting for Fragment to approach. When they move up, that one greets them and asks for the vial of dangerous material before the group gets too far, specifically looking to Dr. Volt, and is surprised that Fret possesses the vial instead.
And as a correction, actually, I did possess it. I had confused that with the little soul thing that Paint had gotten. I knew
Yay, my
someone
nuts
had
were correct.
beaten me to grab something that I was interested in. And
Ah,
I figured it
Fret
was
was
that.
just being a problem at because container.
Because trying to let Volt have it. Okay, note fixed. Although when Gerhard grumbles about being not allowed, that one says the scientist may have a few microliters to play with, so long as he doesn't make a bomb. The canister is handed over, and that one hands it to his shadow, which takes it. With an almost too giddy stride, that one then starts leading Fragment back to headquarters, and then to Captain Untheim's office, grinning wide all the while. Once in the office, the captain apologizes for the gruesome nature of the world, but it is required for new recallers by order of Erabain. First order of business is seeing what the group have collected for mementos. While Last attempts to pull out his souvenir, Paint begins manipulating the chalk that remains on Last's mask to help him with expressions. Last's item is a piece of rubble from the demolished governmental building, a good memory in a dark world. Fred is next, having collected a jar of preserved food that he wishes to be given to Erabain. A little detail to take care of later. Shoal is made to show next, pulling out the rusted dagger from their evidence bag. The captain warns Shoal to not try wielding it because it's shoddily made, calling it wall art. The cat shark rolls their eyes and wiggles their forepaws, snarking that they don't really have a way to wield it effectively. Paint is amused by the idea of Shoal tying a dagger to the top of their head, projecting an image of such. Next is Paint, who carefully retrieves the evidence bag with the soul in it, setting down the bag on the captain's desk. Surprised to see the echo of a soul, the captain asks if the group know what it is. For the most part, Fragment Not Found don't know. The captain explains that echoes of souls tend to only appear in worlds that have recently ended. There isn't much that can be done with echoes, but as new souls not given a chance at life, they can be given to a mortal, so it may one day become a child. Confused, Fret writes out that the echoes seem of similar material to the Unravelers, but the captain shoots down the idea. The echo is a nascent soul, a being that never got a chance to live. While the echo is wispy, it is not made of the same threads as the Unravelers. In Twilight, the soul cannot be used for anything, so the captain suggests either bringing it with the team on a mission to convince a mortal to bear it, or to simply let it return to the cycle. Although, offhand, Arnold mentions it could take some convincing to make Erabain bear the echo in a similar manner. The echo is returned to Paint's possession, the pup immediately wanting to run off in spite of the door being closed. For Dr. Volt, he presents the wire he clipped from the trap in the shop. The captain calls it tension wire that, while brittle, has interesting properties. With show and tell done, Captain Untheim addresses the group, asking if they would wish to continue being her callers even now after suffering through the horrors of a Bloodstar. First asking Fret, amusingly enough, although Shoal also answers that they have no issues continuing. The doctor has no issues continuing, having a very pragmatic view of things as usual. Pain has found solace with the group, especially with Last Lost, and rather wishes to keep going. Finally is Lost, who couldn't possibly leave the others. Having received confirmation, the captain presents Fragment Not Found with vouchers to be taken to a certain attendant in keg quarters to level up, in air quotes. And also, for becoming official recallers, the group are given an option to either participate in a big ceremony, or just have lunch with Erabain so we can present their official badges and such to them. The group opts for the lunch, which they are told is scheduled for noon the next day. And now, with Captain Untheim officially Foof's boss, he tells them, quite officially, to get out of his office. Fred, wanting to cash in his voucher right away, seeks out the individual to give it to, leading the team around the building. They come across an office with a blue, djinn-like energy being inside, who is the one to give the vouchers to. The djinn being lets them know they can either increase their power to the next stage, or give them seals of equivalent value. Unsurprisingly, each of the team choose to obtain the next stage of their power. Aside from Paint and Last, each team member has a hand placed to their head, and they are made to stumble back as power surges through their being. Paint just asks for seals, that they then consume, and are empowered by. Lost, whose patron is Erabain, instead becomes denser. Lost, whose patron is Erabain, instead becomes denser and larger in certain aspects, causing them to be slightly discomforted in their suit. The djinn being tries to flirt with the Savnus, only to be rebuffed as Lost has eyes for another. Their official business done, Fragment Not Found head out to relax and settle into their new power. Also just to de-stress from traveling upon a Bloodstar world. Dr. Volt takes his time studying the tension wire and its metal composition in between developing a new device to add to his repertoire. Given he has 34 feet of wire, Gerhardt has plenty of material to play with and study. The next day, Foof are called to have lunch with Erabain at a sandwich shop near the castle. Nothing particularly grand, but that's to be expected given Erabain's disposition. The dwarf running the shop has a few balloons and a congratulations banner set up. Erabain sitting at a center table with a packet and some badges. Paint immediately rushes over and puts their head on Erabain's lap, tail wagging excitedly. The team take their seats, and Paint wastes no time bringing out the soul echo and laying it in Erabain's lap. Unfortunately, even with Lost trying to gently explain it, Erabain has to tell Paint what they are asking for. A soul born into Twilight would be the same as the other residents, an entity that does not exist anymore. He asks Paint, and the team in general, to find a good mortal parent to raise the child, so that it may live, die, and live again. While this saddens Paint, they do take the echo back. Erabain apologizes and moves forward with presenting the team with their official ID cards, as well as a pin they may wish to wear. Taking a moment, the dragon steeples his fingers and begins to explain why exactly he has all recallers go through the task of seeing a blood star, seeing the worst that mortals have to offer. It is so that others do not follow the same path that he has, making the same terrible steps that he has. By all accounts, Erabain is, by his actions prior and current disposition, an evil creature. For those he has devoured, the souls consigned to oblivion. And so Erabain tells the tale of his origins, of his terrible past, the losses he felt, his attempt to rebuild, another wave of loss, and perhaps even death, only to come back. Having wreaked vengeance great and terrible over many years and generations, eventually corrupting his very being, becoming an icon of rebellion that refused to be anything that the gods and rulers were. Yet for the kind souls Erabain knew, he could not be destroyed. Not truly. He pointedly looks at Lost as he says he does not wish for anyone to become corrupted as he has. After his tale, the dragon asks if the team are truly okay with working for someone who has done such terrible things, who can be so terrible. Each and all are okay with this, mostly unperturbed by the information given to them. Pain is still sad, and takes a few moments to think about Erabain, projecting an image of an angry black dragon that becomes a much nicer one with a huge tail, wagging it and breaking a tree. Moving on with the lunch, Lost, Shoal, Dr. Volt, and Paint all order sandwiches. Fret, however, orders bread and brings out his preserved jar of jellied meat for Erabain, and they eat that. Poor Erabain.
It
The
was
dwarf.
salty. Very
Yeah,
salty.
you put it on like a good, like relatively bland piece of bread, and yeah, it's good. Like a good like French bread.
If this wasn't old as it was, it probably would have been better.
Yeah.
It's still potted meat with like vegetable bits in it. I mean,
Oh,
you
so
ate
it's,
it too.
so it's almost like kimchi.
Kimchi is not bad. It was. I'm not gonna say it. We're not early enough in the video for me to go off on that tangent.
The dwarf continuously brings food until everyone leaves, resulting in more than one very full team member. Partway through the meal, Paint sounds out a mental image of his old pack, then the soul echo, and then giving the soul echo to his old pack. Erabain has lost to explain that returning to a world one has been rejected by or torn from is not a good idea, and comes with its own risks. More than that, Paint's home world is volatile, ever teetering on the edge of a blood star, its people suspicious and quick to violence. Rather, Lost desires to send the soul echo to a more peaceful world. Fret scribbles, asking if their world would be a good choice. Although Fret is fully aware that souls that go to his homeworld can't really leave it. With some questioning, Erabain reveals that Fret's homeworld is a locked world. When you go in, you can't leave. Also, it's kind of in the middle of an apocalypse and is in a precarious place at the moment. So that's no good. Dr. Volt gets asked if their world would be a good place, perhaps. Rather than their home worlds, Volt suggests they keep the soul with them until they can find a suitable world to leave the soul echo on. Which seems a much more palatable idea than racking their minds for if their homeworlds would be good places. Erabain leaves once he's had his fill, more or less, allowing Fragment Not Found to chat amongst themselves. Lost, however, laments lacking private time with his patron. This spurs Paint on to nudge and pester at the smoke line to try and get him to go to the bridge to nothing, where Erabain often goes to hide. Rather nervous about the idea, Lost attempts to make more than a few excuses for himself. Paint going so far as to project threats of dragging Lost out on the bridge to Erabain if need be. Eventually, Foof excuse themselves from the sandwich shop to once again go their separate ways and work on their own personal projects while they wait to take on another mission. Bolt and Fret resume their work on a universal system of measurement, Gerhard wanting to call the units fleems. Shoal ends up roped into this, needing to speak with the Twilight scientific community on Fret's behalf. Or rather, at least argue with Dr. Volt for some semblance of common sense.
Which I came up with an idea.
We can get to that when we start.
Yep.
The cat shark is entirely unsure of that going well. Fret begs and pleads with Shoal, going so far as to give puppy dog eyes to the quadruped, who groans and agrees to try and convince Dr. Volt to use a different name. Unfortunately, Shoal and Fret are completely incapable of arguing against Dr. Volt's naming convention.
For now.
For now, yeah. Lost has a few days of normalcy before Paint gets fed up with waiting and begins dragging the smoke line away from his bakery. Starting with leading Last away at first, taking a winding way closer and closer to the Eclipse warfront. Once they get to the warfront, Paint begins actually physically dragging Lost to the bridge to nothing. When the pair reach the bridge, Lost locks up in fear and anxiety. The bridge itself is a Romanesque stonework, leading out into quite literally nothing. Paint sends his elemental familiar to sit on Last's shoulders and use their wings to cover the mast's eye holes. Unfortunately, Rex is currently water and thus kind of see-through. Paint projecting an image of Lost going out and getting head pats from Erabain, and the sense of home and safety. Even so, Lost refuses to move. Blasting Lost with water, Paint is taken by surprise when the smoke line collapses, Mask making a resounding crack on the stone bridge. He gasps and pants, quietly uttering that he can't, only for Paint to nudge under the slumped Lost's arm. With more strength than they normally exhibit, the wild dog drags Last toward Erabain. Once there, Paint collapses, leaving Lost beneath the gaze of his patron. Watching the whole debacle, Erabain manifests a dog bowl for Paint, nudging it over to the exhausted pup. The dragon, the true incarnation of the dragon, watches Lost struggle to handle being out on the bridge, handle being surrounded by his fear. Almost annoyed, Erabain asks why Lost still wears the mask and suit in Twilight. It's unnecessary, given the way Twilight works, and yet Lost feels the need to wear them, because he doesn't want to lose himself. Still, Erabain asks his paladin to remove his helmet. While it is a struggle, Lost does as requested, standing slowly. Their conversation is strange, a combination of terse, stilted, anxious, and stern, yet all of it honest. Lost wanted a moment alone with his patron to ask perhaps the most mortal thing of all, to take Erabain on a date. The true Erabain rejects Last, unwilling to risk anyone sharing their fate of being imprisoned in the nothing. He does, however, ask that Lost not tread down his path and share his fate. Deciding to make it a bit of a theatrical bit, Lost presents his helmet to Erabain and vows not to go down the same path he did. And then Erabain chucked the helmet into the nothing. His turn to be annoyed, Lost grumbles about needing to get a new mask made. However, Era does suggest perhaps asking one of his many avatars out instead, to which his paladin sarcastically notes he may, if he ever felt like breaking the rules. Though Lost notes he wishes he could overcome his fear of the vast dark, if only so he might occasionally listen to Erabain play his guitar, maybe bring out his own if he could find it. There is a snarky reply about what Lost people consider a guitar, paladin and patron managing to speak to each other openly and honestly after that awkward moment. Soon enough, Last picks up Paint to carry back home at a brisk pace, Erabain beginning to play as they leave the bridge to nothing. Small note, didn't put it in the notes there, but Erabain gave Lost some very strong water that he would be feeling for the next few days.
I mean, you didn't have to take whatever he's drinking.
You think he wouldn't? He needed it.
That's just good. Look at this perfectly good D&D character you made. Gone and given it anxiety.
Lol. Ba, ba,
Ruined it.
ba, ba, ba.
Also, how dare
How dare what?
somebody in Zim's chat change paint into a Dalmatian?
Oh no.
Oh no, that's not acceptable. Who did that?
Seda?
Did they pay
Hmm.
money for it?
They paid coins.
Channel
So it
points,
was
you
a
know.
Dalmatian donation?
You guys had to walk into that.
I'm so upset.
So, anyways, I wanted to say, Whiskers is jealous of you, Key.
Meow?
As he put it, the current reader should make a podcast or audiobook. Great voice clarity. Always jealous of voice clarity.
Oh,
He is an excellent reader.
Yes.
There's a reason why we let him do the recaps. He also writes really well, and we keep on telling him that maybe he should take last campaign, the campaign before, and this campaign, and all. Was this like 5 or 6 campaigns now that you've done all the notes, and we've been like, you just need to write a book out of this.
I think I have the notes for like 2 campaigns now. I know the dragon campaign was just like little notepad notes.
It works.
I don't think I have those anymore.
Oh,
Paint heals by licking, right?
yes.
So if we're down and in negatives but not dead yet, and he heals them, is that a Dalmatian salvation?
Okay, so
Oh,
Dr.
no.
Gearholt dies.
Whiskers has started drawing.
Oh no.
What's he drawing
No, why would
now?
you do this?
Apparently he's drawing paint having drunk an unmarked vial and becoming a Dalmatian.
Oh no.
Why would
Oh
you
no.
There's the sound effect. You can steal that.
Why
All
would
right.
you do this?
Because we're great at bad decisions.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, let's get into games. So we got a few things that we get to handle now. So you guys have a month where Dr. Gearholt is doing his invention thing, and I know that a lot of stuff is actually going to be going on. So what I need is the 3 groups, because I know that Shoal is going to be doing his own thing, working mainly. I need the 3 groups to roll diplomacy. Only one player between the, or excuse me, roll d20s. Just everybody roll d20s. Let's figure out who's going first on their little month-long adventure, and then I'll start doing the trade-offs. I'm going to do initiative on y'all.
Here is my D20 question. Am I actually adding my initiative to this or no?
No, just a regular d20.
15.
Nice. So that d20 is
2.
I'm just wow. Okay, Paint.
17.
Last and Volt both have a roll off, please. I need to know which one of you guys are going first.
17 again.
17.
Walt, do the thing.
What? What is
Roll
my
another
thing?
d20, please.
Oh.
Yep.
13.
Got it. All right, so we're going to start off with Hey Last.
Yes, hello.
Hello. So you run your bakery and you also work for the guard.
This would be correct.
Fantastic. So It's been a while since you've been in, and you're going to go ahead and you're going to go in for your regular shift for the first time in a little while. As you walk in, you see the normal hubbub of daily life, and I'm assuming you're bringing paint with you, correct?
Unless Paint doesn't want to, but by default he would, yes.
Paint will happily follow.
Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and add this NPC directly to the NPC thing. Lenesis, your commanding officer, will be there doing their normal work. You get changed into the uniform, and almost immediately the fanfare around you having an adorable little friend means that they're going to have an honorary badge on their bandana and a little Twilight Guard cap placed upon their head. This is not a choice that anybody is going to be able to say no to. It happens and it's adorable, and everybody's going to As far as your commanding officer, they are a half-elf that seems to have the classic elegance of their elven heritage. Why do I write things like this? Completed by an unusual features that are not typical found in half-elves. One of their most striking aspects is their eyes, which shimmer with a luminescent quality, reflecting colors that change subtly with their mood. Their physique, while maintaining the lean agility of a half-elf, is marked by a faint shimmering lines running along their arms. These lines, resembling delicate veins of light, are visible under certain angles of sunlight and moonlight. Their hair is a deep shade of midnight blue. I'm going to skip that part of this. You guys can read it in the NPC chat on our side. But combined with their silver-tipped ears, which lend them an air of otherworldly charm. In terms of attire, they wear a modified version of the guard uniform, tailored to fit their form perfectly. And I mean perfectly. The uniform is imbued with subtle enchantments, providing added protection while echoing the mystical qualities of their appearance. Despite these extraordinary features, they are normally known to be grounded and lead with a blend of elven wisdom and humanity practicality. One of the very few more regular individuals within the group. They motion to give you updates into their office almost immediately.
Once Lost has changed into their uniform, he goes to enter his commanding officer's office, letting Paint stay behind to be fawned over by the other guard, mostly because he's not going to try and fight the other guards over it.
Paint is very much enjoying the attention and very proud of his hat.
Figured. As you walk into the office, they motion and the door shuts behind you, something that you've gotten used to happening here in Twilight. And they go, I heard you have officially become a recaller.
That would be correct.
I'd bow in grace, but I don't exactly feel like standing paperwork, unfortunately. How up to date have you been with the ongoings here in the city?
Unfortunately, not as much as I used to be. I've been busy. He looks down a bit.
So I heard that you found paint and you have adopted the paint.
Well, it looks like the rest of the guard want to adopt Paint too. He looks over his shoulder towards the door.
Did you expect anything different by bringing an adorable animal into the ranks here of all places? You've met your cohorts. They lean over to look out the window a little bit. A special kind of us is a good way of putting it. Nevertheless, welcome back. I'm glad to have you. We will, of course, require any paperwork that we'll get from the offices. I'm sure your superiors already know about it when you leave, just that way we can fill your spot when you're gone. In the meantime, updates as normal. The normal amount of crime is going on. We know that everything has been fairly stable. We know where the crime is going as normal, so continue to play the games that people play. However, there is one side note that is something peculiar that we need to mention and talk about. If you don't mind having a seat, this one's a little weird.
No weirder than me being without my usual mask. As he takes a seat. He hasn't gotten his mask yet. He's not even wearing his backup mask.
I'm sure he'll get one at some point. There's plenty of mask makers. So, recently we were informed that 2 new groups have registered with the council. Unfortunately, these groups left out who's actually managing them and what their overall group or goal is. It seems to be some sort of spy versus spy game. One is called the Sol Syndicate, and the other one's the Dual Ja. Crap it. Just go ahead.
Whiskers is asking, what kind of hat did Paint get?
I want you to... what are they called? The English cops.
Bobby cap?
Yes.
He's got a bobby cap?
Yes.
Are you sure? That's...
Let me make sure that's what I think it is. I'm thinking of those old British cop hats that they used to have. Oh, let me look up the name. That's not the right one.
Okay. I thought that was the name.
Whiskers is updating the Dalmatian paint art.
Nope, Bobby Cap was the one I was thinking about. It's that rounded hat with the badge on it.
Oh god.
It has been updated with the bobby cap.
Oh no.
Jiminy Crickets.
I love having an artist on listening to the stream.
Yeah.
So long as they're having fun with it too.
Oh my goodness. Hold on, I need to look at my notes because I lost the other part of the name in my quick notes. Bah! I don't like that.
It's okay, I'm catching up with notes.
Hey, Era, since you...
Yeah, I saw. I guess I should make this announcement now. We have surpassed the $1,000 limit as of now. So our next stream for me and Rygon for our crowd control will be at no additional cost. Thank you to all that donated. I gravely appreciate it. I guess gravely is the wrong word. I hope I don't ever gravely appreciate it. I hope I will always just appreciate it normally and alive without cancer.
That would be nice. Also, just to remind people who think it's going to be possible to spam things forever and ever, Erabain and Rygon are going to set timers so they aren't destroyed. We would like their computers to not be set on fire.
My computer is going to crash.
I'm going to enjoy every second.
I know you will. So congratulations. Thank you all again. I appreciate it. All right. It is the Sol Syndicate and the Dulja Alliance. We're both registered as part of some sort of game. However, the leaders of them have not at any point dignified themselves. There's no known membership. The only thing they know is that they're already going because there have already been some incidents where they're not following the rules and conducting their little secret businesses in spots that are not set aside for that. They're worried about an escalation issue and caution you to keep an eye out for weird, suspicious activity. I will send you the spelling.
That is greatly appreciated.
And I will add it to the other room because I started a quest log. Unfortunately, without any further information, they don't know who to hold accountable for these instances, and since they've been minor so far, it's being handled at our level. But your captain relays that they really wish to be able to handle things without getting the cop involved. At this point in time, they are considered to be questionable at best. Your captain then goes ahead and gives you a salute and says, if you need time to get a new mask, feel free to. Otherwise, your patrols are going to start down in the meadows today. This afternoon, I would absolutely love it if you went up to the Lunar Snow Haven, as Well, we need that area patrolled specifically. Not many people like walking around the snow. You're generally okay with the cold, correct?
The cold does very little to me. It's more so the wind and magnetic flux.
Understood. Well, you are dismissed, and as soon as you can wrestle that dog away of yours.
Lost will stand up and give their commanding officer a salute, and then leave the office to go try and wrest paint away from his fellows.
It takes you a bit. They're more than happy to give attention, but everybody will go back to work the moment the commander opens the door with that gusto. That one finger swing and this glare. Then everybody just disperses.
Oh my god, this.
Yes, I saw it.
Oh, I was like,
Apparently, paint streaking evidence.
Jeez.
Hey, no!
Oops.
This is why you don't drink evidence!
I was thinking about the game.
Well,
That is a wonderful doodle
okay then.
of. Yeah, that's great. I love it.
When it gets finished, I want a copy of it so I can throw it over by your area and save it. Because that's where it's going to live. Either rate, we're going to go ahead and move over to Dr. Volt and Fret.
Woo!
So you guys, past Volt doing his thing, are trying to convince the scientific community to go ahead and you're trying to get funding for your new measurement of distance and investigation into a possible another layer to reality, which travel might be possible, correct?
Also, Fret's idea for naming convention to go with prior naming conventions for other things in the city. How about measurement of distance in Tales? Tales.
I can actually think of no in-character reason why Dr. Volt would be married to the idea of fleams and flomps. It's only my out-of-character self and my nonsense Tyago words that wanted that to happen. So, yeah, that works perfectly well.
Fantastic. So you guys are going to have to, at some point in time, come up with the math of what that actually is. Universe to this other place. But what I do need you guys to do is both go ahead and roll diplomacy, yes, even the mute one.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Fret's diplomacy is kind of great, actually. Kind of funny.
I know.
I only got a 16.
I got a 25.
So what Fret does is Fret has a realization. I could write a paper. And Fret releases the paper into Dr. Volt's hands, who does the sciencing all over this paper. And you guys decide to send it to one of the universities, because that's what you do for peer review, right? About 3 days later, you guys get a couple of situations that Dr. Volt probably could have seen coming. Some of them are other people writing derivative papers arguing. There's the letters of, no, you're absolutely wrong, this is impossible. There's the letters of, well, you're right, but you're wrong, but you're right. And then there's one curious one from a particular individual by the name of Dr. Marten and their company, MSS. Dr. Volt is allowed to roll his knowledge whatever, because reasons, to know about this individual, and whether or not he actually cares is also a question.
Uh, what is the question?
About this person. That,
This is an individual that seems to have some sort of company named MSS that has reached out to you directly. You're allowed to roll a knowledge anything to know what or to know him if you actually care to know about him. Do you care about the other scientists here?
In theory.
Go ahead and roll your knowledge anything. Let's see, in theory, how much
Total
you know
of
about him.
18.
Total of an 18. What you know about this particular individual is that despite being rather prominent in the scientific community, as far as you're aware, you don't know about any inventions or actual discoveries they have directly made.
They're just a big name and they tend to fund a lot of things?
As far as you're aware, you're not sure if it's funding or soak into their scientific community, but they have... Their company has produced some things. Think Carl Sagan. Except not Carl Sagan. They're a big name, but what do they actually do? Nobody's actually sure. The letter
You see,
invites.
I was
Go ahead.
thinking of someone who may have revolutionized a lot of space travel and car travel. And no one's really sure what he does. Other than shitpost on
the
X.
42nd Carl Sagan.
No.
No,
I was talking about Elon.
Yeah, I was about to say we're not going to go with Muskie Husky here.
Oh,
Oh God, no, please.
We're not going to go with that guy. This guy is enigmatic, but actually a scientist. He's just one of those scientists, like the guy that, or basically, he's one of those scientists that does the videos, more or less, talking about science, more so than doing actual science. Kind
so
of deal.
Bill Nye the Science Guy has
Science
contacted
Guy.
us.
Who actually doesn't have a science degree is actually an English major. Fun fact.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, his official science title would be Bill Nye the failed engineering degree guy,
Oh,
because he tried to get an engineering degree and then didn't.
He got an
And I
English
think
degree.
I think that was the extent of his actual, science field work.
Random, loosely related thing. A really cool dude that I met at a furry convention. Paul Zaloom, aka Beekman from Beekman's World.
Really?
Yeah.
I know I met the Chocolate Rain guy at a furry convention, and turns out he's a furry, but Beekman was a... Huh.
Yeah.
Well. Wow, our fandom is weird. Either rate, this letter contains an official invite for you to meet him at his head office at some point to discuss matters to your recent discovery. He wishes to go over some of the finer details with both of you in about a week. And discuss further how you plan on proceeding with your research.
Well, Fret's absolutely down, and we'll try to figure out a good time to go with Dr. Gerhard for this. So
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like at least something that's worth pursuing. Don't know, at the end of the day, if this is going to be a good plan or not, but, it's a plan that we should hear out.
yeah.
Okay. You guys have accepted that, and you guys are allowed to continue doing your private research, which I know both of you are currently doing, on your own for the remainder of the week. We will get back to you guys. Go ahead.
Fret will be purchasing a spell book for 15 scales.
Understood. Yep, I'm aware of that. Here we go. Hey, Viv.
It's happening again, folks!
Yep.
This time with fire!
Yep. Hey, Viv.
Yes.
You are just making money doing your day job, right?
Yes.
I need you to roll a d20 for me to go ahead and do your profession for the week.
Yeah, with this.
Oof.
Well, technically my profession isn't what I do in
No,
Twilight.
it's whatever relevant skill you use for it.
In which case that's a
You cut out what was that?
20.
All right, go ahead and do me a favor and roll me a D8.
Boy.
You pull boats, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's a 6.
You're going to pick up 6 scales for this particular week. However, there is one instance about 3 or 4 days into your normal going about that begins happening every day. A new individual you have never seen before gets onto your boat and doesn't really speak, but rather motions the directions you should go. He leads you to one of the buildings that hasn't really been occupied up until this point on the wharfs. He gets off, he pays you, and you leave. And later on, he waits specifically to see you to take him home. This is interesting because for the next several days, he leaves at the same time, has you specifically pick him up and drop him off. And he is seen sitting out during that time in this little patio area, drinking some sort of tea by himself. And then he leaves. As far as you can tell, this building is still unoccupied, and nobody is there except for him, and it seems to be becoming a daily occurrence.
I mean, mildly confused cat shark, but paying customer, so shrug.
Then I am going to really quickly go and get another drink. We have covered week 1. And we'll get back to the main group. Yay, cycles. Handling 3 groups. Look at me, Perp. Feel free to talk.
Everybody stretch and
One
hydrate.
week.
Meanwhile, I'm going to check how long my lasagna has.
Oh yeah, what is the status of that?
What, my lasagna?
Yeah, did you actually get it out?
No, not yet. It's undergoing the longer cook, which is why I'm checking how long it has left.
Well, real quick for everybody, there is a tip goal today for the game that will influence the game, and if it gets completed, Whiskers will finish that doodle.
Okay, it's got 23 minutes. So I apologize if I have to rush away briefly to pull it from the oven.
No worries.
So, as a side note, 1 week of time allows Fret to put 28 runes in a book.
Good lord.
We are all going to die.
So long as it's on the material plane, we'll be fine. It's just gonna suck. Oh no. Fred. Paint died by fire.
Oh no!
Eh?
Oh no! Oh no!
What?
Oh, I hope we don't traumatize the pupper.
Aw.
Gonna happen.
What?
Yep.
What?
Paint's backstory is death by fire.
No,
Effectively.
Technically, it would be like a holy smiting kind of thing.
Oh,
Not quite fire.
It looked like fire, though. Just a
holy
little.
fire.
Sacred
thing.
flame.
It was like a banishment, but yeah. Banishment gone bad.
Banishment gone wrong. Well, what do you expect from Erabain's home plane? Either rate, let's go back to the top, and I need either Paint or Last to go ahead and roll me a percentile for me. Let's see if things escalate this week or not.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and do it.
Quick yell things.
Which
that
one's
the
Chance
10?
loves and
The
someone,
darker one.
Okay.
Says something important to you when someone else says like the
69. Nice.
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 Well, Last gets flirted with again.
No.
It's the guard uniform. You know that happens.
He's used to it.
A new report comes out about a week after your return. You're in your bakery when the news comes by. One of the guards drops off a little pamphlet, a little leaflet for you, just to give you a quick update on the situation.
Real
It
quick.
seems that a public... Go ahead.
Paint intercepted it and carried it into him.
Oh, he's... The guard is going to have to remember that they just leave it at the door and it will be brought.
Yes.
There was an instance in Guardian Keep, apparently the previous quote-unquote night, where a murder occurred. And by murder, both the killer got away, but the person that has been apprehended that was the quote-unquote victim is so committed to the role that he has proceeded to continue to play dead and even insist on the very few times that he has gotten up to actually speak that he get a proper burial so that way his family, quote unquote, can attend his funeral and his service. They have not gotten him to talk. It was not in a spot that was designated okay for these events to happen.
Is this the one who got caught as the murderer is saying these things?
No, not the murderer. The victim is the one that was apprehended. Because the victim can't die, but they played out a scene very publicly where, according to the details, they were exchanging something and one pulled out a gun and shot the other in the head.
That's not okay.
The victim has proceeded to continue to play dead and insist on a funeral. Very committed to the bit. Elsewise, I think you have a bakery to run and you will have to roll that.
I will. And luckily for me, I added a rank in profession, baker.
Woo!
Paint will assist by being out on the street and getting people to come in.
Can you roll a perform for me then, Zim?
Can I go diplomacy instead?
Yes.
Cool, because I actually have ranks in diplomacy.
I have an 18 to bake.
No!
Oh no, you burned the cookies!
I need a total on that one.
7. Wait,
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
7.
people are too distracted by painting or petting paint rather than, going into the shop this particular week.
You tried.
What was your total key? You did.
My total was an 18.
Go ahead and roll me a d6.
Five.
Yeah, you're making 5 scales this week. Not bad, honestly. Considering the city is still growing in population, is way too big for how many people actually live here. Hopefully you guys can fix that someday. Unless you guys want to act at all on that new information.
Well, when he gets the chance to actually close up his bakery proper and return to doing guard stuff, he would definitely go investigate that, because that is a not okay thing to happen.
So the scene has definitely been cleaned up since this notice has been sent out, but you are able to go ahead and get the briefs if you'd like.
Certainly.
According to the briefs, it looks like that the display was done by individuals that were both wearing black dusters-like jackets, long coats, or whatever you want to call them, depending on what time period you're from. They exchanged some sort of suitcase to one another before the event happened. None of the witnesses heard any of what they were saying to each other, and they were very out of place, almost as if intentionally so, considering that the particular area in question is a little bit more clean than other areas typically are. This happened outside of a particular business that sells just generic clothing, and the clothing shopkeeper has since moved his shop somewhere else.
Understandably, because
Yep, go ahead.
understandably, because you probably wouldn't want your storefront to be known as that storefront.
And as previously stated, you can even go and talk to the victim himself. He is laying, pretending to be dead in the cell to this time. He has gotten up to eat a couple of times and spoken, but as far as they've gotten from him, despite efforts, is, I want a funeral, I want to be buried proper, I need my family there, and that is it.
I assume you've been asked this already. Do you even have family in Twilight?
The man with his arms crossed along his chest, laying on the cement floor, does not respond. Just stares up at the ceiling, cold and dead, pretending. Obviously still alive.
Paint is going to send a mental image to Last of the same way that he wakes Last up in the morning with a question.
Bounce, 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 lick, 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 bounce, bounce, bounce.
Exactly.
Very tempting. If they don't answer this next question, I'll see if I can get them to open the cell. Last puts his hands on his hips. So you do realize that what you did is unacceptable, right? There are places where you can do things like that.
The little wave of his finger, a tulip appears in his hands, almost cartoonishly dead now. It is light blue.
Lost is gonna go see if he can get them to open the cell.
You go to find the cell attendant, who is looking exasperated because most of these cells are empty, and normally nobody actually has to do this duty, because normally it's part of one of the games. This is the first time an actual serious incident has happened since he's been here. And he looks up at you and goes, "What do you intend to do, beat him up?"
Please. If I had to do that, I'd still be out on the street. No, we're going to try and get them to actually talk.
Good luck. We've tried quite a few things. He is very committed, and without breaking the rules, he holds up the key. We haven't gotten anything.
Paint gives a ruff and is baring his teeth in a doggy smile.
Oh, hi, Paint.
Lost takes the key. He's smiling. Trust me, we haven't tried Paint yet. He could wake anyone from their grave.
Now, we'll see about that.
So, Lost is gonna go over, open the cell door, and motion Paint inside.
The individual in question has a pale green skin with what seems to be some sort of stripe-like marks across them. You're not sure if they're tattoos or not. He isn't quite as humanoid. He definitely has that more allure of being a earlier race that still has a little bit of the animalistic hunch to him.
Bounce, 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 lick, 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 bounce, 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 lick, 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 bounce, 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 lick, lick, lick.
Takes very little time for him to try and push Paint off.
Paint is continuing until he answers questions.
So I did.
He shouts, "For the love of God, I'm supposed to be dead. This is not okay."
Bounce, 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 lick, lick, lick.
Lost is going to very gently tug on Paint's neckerchief. Really? Just like it's not okay for you to have murder committed in a public place that is not sanctioned for such an event?
He returns to being dead. This time he has pansies in his hand.
Bounce, 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 lick, lick, lick. Bounce, 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 lick, lick, lick.
Wales pushes him off again.
You realize this is going to continue until we have a conversation, don't you?
I've been doing this for a week now. Well, no. Days? Time is weird
Bounce,
here.
bounce, bounce, lick, lick, lick.
That no. Pushes
Last-
him off and goes, "It's you can't break character, man. It's part of the rules."
It is part of the rules, I'm aware. However, that goes out the window when you break the rules in order to fulfill the role in the first place.
We sent warning.
Really? To whom? Because
the
that was not in the briefing.
The council, of course.
And why, pray tell, would the guard be holding you in a cell, questioning you, if the council had sanctioned your event?
Because obviously I'm dead. This is the coroner's office, right?
Lost leans in. He makes very certain that this person can see the way that their eyes glow and some of the cinders that flow through their smoky vapor. You're in prison.
Why would you bring a dead body to prison? Doesn't matter, I'm dead. Blech. Crosses his arms, flops on his back
Bounce,
again.
bounce, bounce, lick, lick, lick. Bounce, 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 lick, lick, lick.
Still bothering.
When he opens his mouth to do the the licks wind up going inside.
It was just.
Oh god, you're getting shoved
no,
off.
that's
He's gonna
terrible.
roll into his face.
In the words of Lucy, "Ack, my lips touch dog lips. Get me some mouthwash. Get me some iodine."
Nope, he's face down now, and he goes, "God damn it, I'm supposed to be dead right now. I have to stay committed." And by the way, I actually can't tell you anything. I got my instructions via secret note. I was to show up and die. Will you leave that dog out of my mouth now? Can I go back to being dead and get my funeral?
Last is going to hold up a hand for Paint to stop, gently placing it on one of Paint's shoulders as his eyes narrow. Do you still have this note?
Oh no, I burnt it right away, like the instructions said. We're playing a game of spies. Everything must be destroyed once it's read. The instructions were very clear.
Are you part of the Saul Syndicate or the Dolja Alliance?
You know, I actually can't say. I touched the ruin.
Is he saying ruin or rune?
Ruin, as in a magical glyph.
Okay. Making sure.
Part of joining the game was we touched the rune. This is a really good one, by the way. Holy goodness, they got so much backstory. I wish I could tell you. Can't. I touched the rune. Can I go back to being dead? Seriously, these I've given the guards my friends list. They're my imposed family for this. I like daisies, tulips, and from my homeworld we got these sunflower like things. They're huge, and I love those too. For my funeral, obviously.
If
The money should already be in the account.
Last stands up. Just puts a hand up towards his face. He looks a bit exasperated. Well, if we can't have them in here, our request will be put into the recallers, which I will not be dealing with.
Oh, I already got them. They're my favorite flower when I was a kid. I had to have them. I spent a lot of money getting you recallers to go.
I hope this game is worth it for you.
Absolutely. Rolls on his back, crosses his arms. Boop! One of those flowers appears in his hands, and he goes back to being dead. This time he lolls out his tongue, then thinks better of it and shuts his mouth.
Smart man. Alright, Paint. Let's go. We have documents to get. His shoulders sag as he leaves the cell with Paint, then locks it as he is supposed to, and returns the key.
Poor guard looks up and goes, by the way, did you actually get anything?
He's part of a spy's game. He touched a rune that prevents him from telling anything important.
Oh, great. Let's add that to the list of illegal things.
However, he says that the council was notified. I doubt this is the case. He was told everything in a note, which tells me that the council probably wasn't notified.
Fun.
It's probably the new spy game that's been going on.
He rolls his eyes. I don't get paid enough for this. Man's the most boring dead person I've ever spoken to.
Well, he has to stay in character. Lost shrugs. We might as well go forward with his requests. But I'm
I'll
going
pass.
to have...
I'll pass to Captain, but go ahead. Anyways.
I'm going to need to get information on the Sol Syndicate and the Dulja Alliance. They're flaunting the rules, and that is something that we can't have here.
You know, it's sad. In part, I'm actually glad that this isn't to a degree a game and I actually get to do my job. On the second hand, I am tired of sitting here watching this dead guy be dead.
You could always read a book.
Nah.
Paint is going to pull out a cookie from the shop
Oh, the Marauders don't.
and put it on the desk.
Oh, look, a little highlight of the day.
Ruff!
Years of
And he wags.
Well, since Paint is extending the invitation, maybe next time we visit I'll bring you something. Alleviate the
Beep.
boredom.
I'd be absolutely appreciated at this rate.
Just send a note to my bakery saying what you want. I'd prefer to make favorites if I can.
Paint sends the view of the front of the bakery mentally.
Sure. There's one thing I really enjoy, but we'll get to that. You go do business. I will be here watching a dead guy be dead. Pretend to be dead.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here watching Paint get drawn sleeping, and it's absolutely precious.
I'm surprised that nobody's hit the incentive yet. Normally your chat jumps on those.
It varies.
Yeah, it's because Toshime ain't here.
Yeah.
Toshime, where are you?
I'm sure it's fine.
Fine. So let's go ahead and go back to Dr. Volt and Fret. My chat
Okay.
says it's just Among Us going on.
I kind of feel like we're somewhere in between an episode of like Peaky Blinders and I don't know. I don't know what else. But yeah, or at
Peaky
least that's
Blinders
what the
and something.
people. Yeah, that's what the guys are trying to play off.
They're
But
doing
illegally.
something. I mean, hey, something illegal has to happen in the city at some point.
Yeah.
But off to Emerald Academia with the two, going off to figure out what is going on with this particular letter. When you guys get there, you get to one of those sterling white concrete buildings that are slightly out of place for the mainly medieval styling and the green pastures of this area, with a nice, lovely sign up front that states specifically that this is the MSS, which apparently stands for Mystic Science Syndicate. As you guys walk in, you see a lot of individuals walking around in lab coats with an obvious desk that has little temporary badges and a sign-in sheet, where I assume you guys actually take the time to sign in. When you get in for our resident guest Fret, this is above Tandy Corporation levels of clean, sciencey whatever is going on with an
Fret,
actual what?
Fret shudders at the thought.
Actual functioning elevator. Glass, even. The person behind the desk will gladly tell you guys where to go up a elevator all the way to the top floor. And then when you get there, it dings, and you are met with 70s style music and shag carpeting and orange furniture in a little waiting area.
Orange furniture gross.
It's the 70s, baby.
Oh wait, are there the weird egg chair things?
Not in here, but we'll get to that.
If it's the 70s in a futuristic place, there has to be the fucking egg chair.
We'll get to that. It takes a while before the main door opens and this guy, and I will post this for your NPC. Would somebody else care to read a character description tonight for me? So we don't have to this time. It has been posted in the reoccurring NPCs section. If somebody would like to read it, anybody, any takers?
I'm catching up on notes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's the name of that race? Well, how do you like
I was
scalons? Scalons?
Gallons.
Okay. Also, what was you were gonna say?
I think Zim was about to read.
Oh,
I was.
Do the thing.
Do it.
Dr. Marten is a prominent figure in Twilight City, leading the MSS with a vision of scientific advancement. He is a Scalon, an avian humanoid race distinguished by their remarkable bird-like features. Tall and stately, Dr. Marten carries himself with an effortless elegance that is characteristic of his race. His feathers, a striking feature of his Scalon heritage, are a kaleidoscope of blues, ranging from the deepest navy to vibrant cerulean. These feathers are impeccably groomed, shimmering softly under different lights, a reflection of his meticulous nature. His eyes are a notable aspect of his appearance, bright and sharp, with a piercing yellow hue that gives him a look of perpetual focus and keen intelligence. This intense gaze is often softened by the hint of a warm, inviting smile, especially when engaging in scientific discussions or discoveries. Dr. Morin's physique is slender and graceful, embodying the aerodynamic build typical of Scalons. His hands, more humanoid in form, are slender and capable, perfect for handling delicate scientific equipment and conducting precise experiments. In terms of attire, Dr. Marten prefers a blend of functionality and academic elegance. He is commonly seen in a crisp white lab coat, symbolizing his devotion to scientific inquiry.
That scares me.
Beneath this, he chooses attire that allows him ease of movement, important for both his avian attributes and his active role in the laboratory. He is often surrounded by an array of technological devices and scientific instruments, a testament to his relentless pursuit of knowledge and innovation. Dr. Morin's demeanor is one of enthusiastic curiosity, always keen to explore new ideas and concepts in the realm of science.
Now I gotta look for something that I posted in one of my notepads, which apparently I didn't post in the right notepad, so I'm just gonna grab it from where I originally wrote it, maybe. This man opens the door with a level of grandeur that can only be described as, "I'm a scientist!" He opens his hand out wide and says, "Welcome, gentlemen. I welcome you into my private office, and thank you so much for amusing the idea of you coming with me today. I believe you there are Dr. Volt, yes?"
Yes, I am Dr. Volt.
Wunderbar. And this is Fret, the mute one, yes?
Ret nuts.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming today. Please come into my private lab and office. I will give you a short tour of what I work on personally, and then we shall discuss your recent discovery and how it relates to, well, why I called you. Yes?
Ret nods again.
I have a question.
This way.
Since this guy is running a sci-fi lab, but also 70s themed, he's not the kind of person who would invent some sort of combustible lemon.
No combustible lemons this time.
Does he
As I
throw
look
the
for-
lemons back at life?
No, he
life
takes the lemons and he makes batteries from them.
Ah, okay.
Ah! And now I gotta, as I said, give me a half a second. I need to figure out where the hell I dropped this note, because I wrote a note. Oh, there it is. And I need to I need to either send this or read this to somebody here. The doctor will take you into his little lab. Off in the distance, you see where his desk would be. And yes, there are the egg-shaped chairs that are colorfully painted for obvious reasons. It is very bad 70s evil villain lab in here,
Wonderful.
where it's very clean, but you can tell that some of the science wasn't quite there yet. He's got a Tesla coil, among other things, just dashingly out, chemicals on display, and he goes, I understand that technically this doesn't meet current day protocols, but as far as I'm aware, I'm already dead, and as long as I stay within the parameters set of not trying to destroy everything, I'm fine, correct?
So far, that has worked for me.
He has that little corner of the lab that he's going to usher you guys towards that has the obvious I, a world traveler display, except he's not a world traveler. He's definitely not a recaller, but he does collect things. Hey, Vari. As you walk by, your gaze briefly catches a katana resting in a quiet dignity in one of his little displays. Even in that fleeting moment, the sword exudes an aura of traditional Ororan craftsmanship. The blade polished to a subtle gleam hints at the meticulous care taken in forging. Its handle, though wrapped in silk whose once vibrant colors have faded to muted tones, still carries an elegance by a bygone era. There is an unmarkable air of authenticity about it, suggesting a deep connection to Oloran's esteemed sword-making heritage. Despite the quick glance, you're left with a lingering sense of respect for its artistry and subtle curiosity about its stories that it might hold. But he will show you his other various trophies from worlds that he has managed to gather before bringing you to his desk. These things include the normal masks, bones from creatures that were probably dug up and brought home by recallers, among other things. Once you sit in the awkward egg-like chairs, he says, Vandaba, welcome. I hope you enjoyed my little tour. Bearing in mind that Dr. Volta, I'm hoping for a much more fruitful and exciting agreement that we can come to. Shallst you wish to, of course, join our organization, I do provide specific labs for people's individual tastes, such as yourself, if you care to have it, but that can come after. So, you guys were brave enough to run into one of them, and yet I hear are wishing to research them further, yes?
Brett nods emphatically, but is still kind of looking back at Katana.
Hint, hint, incentive, hint. Dr. Volt, why don't you tell me more?
Well, which parts have you heard specific?
Well, I read your paper, and I may or may not have gotten my hands on the particular lens that was used, and have some information to share there, but the event itself was not well documented, just the proposals. And I'm curious...
Well-
Go ahead.
Well then, to give a summation of events as they transpired, we were between worlds doing our duty callers. Then, I believe it was singing you heard. He's asking Fret that.
Fret will scribble cold wind and singing.
And then, before we knew it, the creature was upon us. It was very clearly toying with us, indicating that we had next to no chance in a straight up struggle. So I dedicated myself to researching the best way to avoid a conflict with them. We were able to escape only because we were able to call in a favor that we had acquired on just our previous mission.
See.
Oh, Fret does scribble out. Oh, and he scratched the sphere we were at.
Interesting stuffs right there. Excuse my bird-like heritage, just to copy people's accents. It's native to us. Long story, but Vandaba. Well, you see, the reason why this particular instance got my attention is because in my mortal life, I was researching a particular, how do you say... Well, why don't I just put it in the blanket statement? You know how you have a portable hole in a bag of holding, and one can go in the one, or one can go in the other, but the other cannot go in the one, yes?
It will create a tear into the astral plane, yeah.
See, I have a theory, though, because things that go into the astral plane don't always come back. So my theory was that that tear leads to another layer as well. And in my research, I foolishly did the thing I shouldn't have done and put the things together and tried to stabilize the portal. Well, as you can see, that didn't exactly work out for me.
And perhaps this layer you theorized existing is the plane through which these creatures travel.
Exactly, because it has the same preservation of magic energies behind that it did. And I did happen to get my hands on the lens that was used that you found your little mark with. And it was not as pure as the individual who created it had stated to be. It turns out it was actually very flawed. As in, it didn't even do what he thought it did. I haven't told him this yet. You know how other scientists get when you tell them that their creation was not correct.
Fret has an eyebrow so high. Just eyebrow quirk times a lot.
The thing that you detected wasn't a positive energy or a negative energy that's normally exposed with high magical levels, but in between, almost neutral. Almost perfectly neutral, and I have currently been calling this an interflux magic. It's not what we normally observe in the spectrum within the physical plane, as far as I can tell. If my theory is correct, bear in mind that I think this lens is flawed, and then I haven't exactly released that in a public study yet, so I could be wrong, but I'm not.
Brett will hastily scribble out, "Oh, important note, he did the entity did like nullify detection magic with
See,
nullify like with a couple extra letters in the middle."
and that adds more credence to my points that this is not a magic that we're used to seeing because it's not from the normal layers that we're used to. Should my theory be correct, well, and that's where you guys come into play. I have possibly replicated this lens, and should you allow us to publish the studies in a peer-reviewed manner here through our labs, I might be willing to apply additional funding to your research.
Fret looks incredibly excited. And then
Yep.
looks to Dr. Volt.
Bits.
This seems only reasonable. I mean, after all, a peer review is required for any kind of finding to have any kind of meaning. But at the same time, there are two others in our groups that I feel deserve to be consulted on this as well.
Well, of course.
Though they are not as scientifically minded, their actions were instrumental in our survival of the encounter.
Absolutely, I understand such things. Though, the only reason why I run this particular syndicate is because I have noticed that within the scientific community here, with so many practices being based and everything, that peer review doesn't happen. And one of my intents was to possibly offer a permanent position here, Dr. Volt, for you, of course, to conduct your own personal research as well. I do look forward to hearing the answer from the total group, of course, and we will credit everybody as necessary. But I would love for it to come from my labs.
Fret will, after a brief moment, kind of, have a look of contemplation and, then write out slowly and carefully, "What's the catch?"
Oh, come on. You believe that there's a catch with all this? I'm a scientific man that wants science to be reigning supreme here in the city, and, well, not many are exactly keen on joining so far, so a big discovery would make other scientists possibly fall better in line with the proper scientific community. Additionally, with all those arcanists and other types of more magically worlded individuals, science was more of a thing you did in your own little tower. And, well, we have brilliant minds here. Peer review is a joke. So, our name and big letterheads would be very beneficial.
Fret kinda does kind of the pensive look as he considers these words. And, I feel that I should do a sense motive, just to...
Feel free.
I feel I should do a sense motive for the memes, and because I haven't rolled a dice in a while.
Go for it.
Wow, what the fuck? I actually rolled decent on the dice. Shame that I have a negative.
Jeez. Yeah, so that is a 13 for Fred.
How did I, with my -3, beat you? I got a 15.
You're a scientist. Sensing another scientist is scientisting. So of course, you understand their science.
Science!
TLDR. Taya's gonna pick up on the right. He's a corporate entity. He wants to take credit to a degree.
Yeah,
he wants a big portion of the credit.
Yeah, that was what I that out of character. That's what I was already reading as his motive. That is like, okay, this guy has seen that there is definitely possibly one of the biggest scientific finds of the what the fuck even is time out here, and he knows that this is the only way he gets his name in the paper.
Yep.
Yeah, Fred, though, is completely oblivious to this concept. So...
Yeah, you're wary of him. There's something off, but the only science you know is Tandy Core. So,
well, the only science he knows is where something is off.
Yeah.
But he has no idea what, because he would never join Tandy Core or any of those other weird scientific communities back in Olarun.
Yeah. Screw science, I've got katanas, was Fred's original MO.
But of course, you probably all need some light thinking. I will, of course, leave you to it. Would you guys like some stickers? I had them custom made. Look, they even have a little cute, adorable version of me on there. It says, "Ra MSS," with the bird doing the screaming bird face, chibi style, with "Ra MSS." Is good.
Fred just has the most incredulous look. But then it kind of turns to a happy look, and he scribbles out hastily, "Yes, of course, please."
Well, here you are. Have one. And do you consider, Dr. Volt? Well, Fred is happy. Dr. Volt, please do consider. I do have open labs, and we can make them as close as we possibly can with what tools we have to the way that your world was. Bring you an air of comfort so you don't have to do it in your own home or rent space anymore.
That sounds like a Mosinec. I will consult my companions and get back to you. I would say shortly, but we all know. Time.
Oh, yes.
He just kind of gestures vaguely to the everywhere around.
It's very fun to play with, but I don't recommend it. Apparently it has become recently banned to mess with it too much. I'm not going to say it's my fault, but I'm going to say it's my fault.
That just smirks.
Or a contributing factor. There were several scientists that tried to play with the concept. Either rate, is there anything else I can do with any of you gentlemen? Do you want to see your first and unhand? The Tesla coil does work. Quite fantastically, in fact. Ooh, I can play a little song for you, I've learned.
Fred will scribble out, the katana over there. Where'd you get it? I recognize that make.
It's one of the artifacts that mysteriously got rejected from their homeworld. Would you care to see it?
Fred, kind of stiffens and then hastily, scribbles out, "Wait, is it an acid katana?"
Oh no. Here, let me go get it. He'll stand up and he'll open up the case and he'll pull it out and he'll put it in its sheath. And he'll walk back over and be like, be fairly gentle. Unfortunately, it shows signs that its rejection from its world was not kind. Whatever it did have in it is gone.
Fret will kind of do the frowny face, but then gently take it and examine it.
As far as you can tell, it is crafted from a fairly high quality steel.
But
You're
how many
not-
times was it molded?
Hard to tell.
Oh,
Whatever
So-
was
so-
mixed in with it was not, or Fret's not going to be able to tell. However, it has been tempered to achieve a balance between razor sharp edge and resilience that can withstand the rigors of battle. Surprisingly,
fancy.
it has a surface that is polished to a near mirror finish, reflecting dedication and experience poured into the forging. If you'd like to roll a perception check now, I might be able to give you more.
Okay, yeah, so I'm thinking, what kind of maker's mark does it have? That's not the best, but that is still a 16.
Specifically
Also,
looking for
there's a little ridge right here that keeps stopping my dice.
Stop rolling it that way then.
But yeah,
Lol.
Yeah.
The Maker's Mark, let me go ahead and figure out where I put that, is a perfectly symmetrical feather delicately engraved in the blade space. While it is perfectly balanced and well made, you can very distinctly tell that whatever soul or energy that this blade once had is completely gone. The silk seems to have faded. While the blade was excellently polished at one point in time, it seems to just not feel quite right, as if it's empty.
well, Fret will gently slide it back into its sheath and offer it back to the man.
He will take it and say, "Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. It's one of the more strange ones, because it had something once, but whatever it was is so distantly gone that I couldn't figure it out. I ran it through several dozen tests, and nothing seemed to have ever come of it. It just, as far as I can tell, is just a katana now. Such is the sad reality."
Fred just nods.
He will go ahead and put it back in its display and close the display case. Well, if you gentlemen need anything else, please let me know. Otherwise, he puts his hands on your back and he starts to nudge you out the door. I have science to do. And as
Right,
long as
well,
neither of you
Fred-
resist, you're going to be pushed out the door.
Yeah, Fred will be pushed out the door then.
As will
Fantastic.
Dr. Volt.
What was that?
They said, as will Dr. Volt.
Fantastic. Let me know if you guys come up with any other interesting stories. And slams the door shut. With the gusto of a scientist that gets to touch things now. The bad speakers in the room start playing, staying alive, staying alive.
Oh, God.
I
Nice
would have
to
thought
meet
the
you.
speakers.
Go ahead.
Oh my God, he's a bird, right?
Yes.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
There were several jokes that you could have gone with, and that's the one you chose?
Oh no, my brain just settled on the word Bill. Okay.
Bill. Okay. Hey, Shoal,
Yes.
do you want to roll your thing for the week?
Yeah. Hopefully I can roll better than a fucking... I roll a 4, so that's a 20.
I mean, that is better. Go ahead and roll your d8.
Woo. Fuck me, I guess.
Well, you got your one customer that's coming back every day. Do me a favor as well. Roll a percentiles. It's that one guy every day, still coming.
84.
You happen to pass by something rather interesting one day. It's been very slow, and you see a couple of individuals one day exchanging a briefcase at the back wharves. It's only unusual because they're wearing triblies. If I can
Trilby.
pronounce, thank you, that word properly, and trench coats. They exchange a suitcase. They look around. They look at you, and they depart rather awkwardly. The one guy is still sitting in your boat. And you end up having to take him back to his apparent lonely cafe.
It's a cafe?
It's kind of like a cafe. It's an empty building with what looks like to be a patio and a little bit of fencing.
Resplendent offering.
Yes, phone, I will take my meds shortly. Shh, 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 shh.
Varien Cat tipped $50.
Varian, thank you so much for that tip.
Did Furry just pay off? Oh, half of it?
We were
No, not all
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, we are halfway to it. Like I said, if it gets oh, thanks for pulling it up, Whiskers. If it does get completed, Whiskers will finish this little doodle here of Paint drinking some evidence, and it will put something into the game.
Vari wants the katana.
No, Fret can't use a katana because reasons.
Not until he gets his next feat.
Well, I mean, yeah.
But he wants it.
Brett can't
Actually,
katana
wait, I'm
because
pretty
he
sure
found
that
out-
I'm like double feet taxed out.
You are, but you know who could use that katana if it's a martial weapon?
Yeah, yeah.
Not that I need a new weapon.
I mean, it's still a very nice weapon that Fret could have.
But you know what you could also do with it, Fret?
Hit at a -3.
You could make it a present.
Oh,
For a certain quadruped.
yeah.
Yes, give it to Paint. He will wield it in his mouth.
Arch Yuki, thank you for the sub.
I was thinking Shoal, but also Paint, I guess.
Lol. And I know very well that at least most of this party recognizes that particular signet, so I don't have to say more.
Oh no, Whiskers is trying something new.
Oh boy.
No.
What?
Oh, no.
I need to take my medications, so I'm going to use this opportunity to go ahead and take a moment. So, everybody stretch. Oh boy. Everybody stretch. Everybody get water. That includes everybody in chat. I am looking at you, chats. I see all three right now. Y'all get up and get water. All of you. Hydrate, stand, stretch. Be good to yourselves. Bird.
So how are you doing today, Arch and Yuki? I hope your day is going well.
Paint with the katana in his mouth.
Sif. Just Sif.
But weeb.
Yep.
Weeb Sif.
Also,
Yes.
hi Arch, hi Yuki.
Well, since we're on a break, I can go do this.
Thank you, Zim.
Mahaha!
Oh, is Small still doing the thing? By the way,
Where he reads my stuff? Or reads
yeah,
when I get a
or
donation?
like makes a long-winded something or other.
Yeah. And that's fine.
Okay. That is wonderful. The I'm watching the sketch thing with the. That's.
I love it.
That's. Yes.
Well, I guess we could probably get this one finished too if you guys complete that goal.
Oh, goodness. Y'all are gonna give Last the equivalent of a heart attack.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for when Last finds out what Fred has been preparing. What?
Oh no!
Somebody's trying to take it back.
No take, only cut. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
I love having an artist on here. This is great. Whiskers, if you're not careful, you're going to wind up being conscripted to all of my tabletop games. You realize that, right?
Yeah, isn't this like your first time actually having a tabletop and having an artist on stream at the same time?
No, we did it yesterday as well. And there was a thing that he drew of Asher last night. I'll go post it in art. Where did I put it? There. Evil chores.
Oh dear.
He's doodling himself in the background. Oh, this is great.
All right. Hey, Whiskers, if you want a real easy business model, continue to sketch everybody's characters, because D&D people will pay out a lot of money to have their characters finished if you just send them a sketch like, hey, look at this. Just saying.
Hey, you want to know something else funny? That also applies to furries and VTuber.
Oh yeah.
Just don't ping them and be like, hey, do you want to buy my art?
Oh god, the amount of the art scammer things that have been going around is ridiculous.
It is daily.
Yeah. I've had 6 in the last, 4 days.
I'm in the anti-scam group, and I just report them in there and call it good. And then I get to enjoy as they get banned from so many Discords.
Good.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're moving on to hacking accounts now.
Oh no.
So, because I've seen some older accounts recently. The last 2 were older accounts where there was somebody behind the actual computer doing it. And I was like, really? That's obviously a stolen account. Great. That's fantastic. Where are people at?
I am back.
Welcome back. Is your
I
food almost
never
there?
left.
Oh, my food is cooling now. It should be fine for me to eat by the time we end.
And just that way people in chat are aware, I do actually custom craft magic items for people, so you know...
A gleaming endowment.
Also, yeah, if that's a Sean
Drunk
weapon.
underscore dragon underscore era.
It is a Sean weapon.
$25.
Thanks
which
for the tip,
does mean it's
Era.
Yeah, it is a legacy weapon, so yes. Or a legendary weapon, whatever they're called.
No, you're right. Legacy is correct.
Yeah, Sean is from the previous game. If you guys go back and watch it, he's a very aggressive, angry, yet very, very, what's a good word for it?
Angie cute.
Well,
He
guys,
angy. He has a method.
well, guys, we're only $25 away. Thank you so much for the support. So that just reminds me, back when we had a Starfinder campaign at one point, and the GM for it, you know, he made the tip goal, and almost as soon as the session started, he just completed it himself. And I'm like, you know, if you wanted it in there that bad, you could have just put it in.
Oh, I didn't know you let Toshime ever DM. GM.
No.
Gleaming endowment.
Oh, also, yeah, Era.
Human _ tip
Have you put in
$25.
the model thing that I
No,
I
because
sent
I'm
you
on.
the
Yeah, I got it. I'm on stream, so I don't like pulling up my personal files because I intermingle your stuff with my stuff sometimes, and I don't need people to see my desktop. Thank you.
So,
yeah, no.
Given
Counselors tipped $25.
Given and Carcer, thank you so much for those tips. The tip goal has been overcompleted.
Oh, wow.
Fantastic. That means I get to use all these things that I spent about 4 hours making.
Fancy.
Thank you.
Individually crafting.
This will help with move a lot.
Good.
Where were we? Oh, we're right. We were at Viv. Hey, Viv.
Yes.
Yep, that's the only weird thing you see in the week. Otherwise, you get the one customer who is apparently now your official always guy.
My regular.
Yep. Every day he goes to the exact same place, which seems to be some sort of out of place cafe-like place. Sits alone on the other side of the little wooden fence, drinking from some sort of teacup, and then eventually you pick him up and he goes home. He has yet to say a word.
Okay then.
I mean, you're at the wharfs. What do you expect? Weird people or normal people?
Hell
Come
no.
on.
Normal people don't exist.
No, of course not. Hey, Last Lost.
Hello.
Hey, and Paint. Go ahead and roll your bakery for the week. Let's see if Paint can be cute without getting all the attention himself.
Come on, dice. Please be nice today.
No.
18, which means 24.
And
Perfect. 19 add 2, 21. So go ahead and do me a favor and roll that d8.
Oh, this is week 2, right?
Yep, this is week 2.
Okay, well,
4.
threats index is at 56.
Got it. You make 4 scales. Your particular guard that you invited to come in comes in and he hands you a particular recipe. He says almost immediately upon coming in the door, I apologize. I know that not all these things exist, but you know, if you can make anything close, it'd be fine. I apologize the amount of fat that is included in this. Our people were we didn't get this very often, so I believe the joke is I am going to be a fat man today and eat every single one you make.
Lost is going to take the recipe and look it over.
You know how butter cookies have like a pound of butter in it? That's laughable compared to this recipe. It has lard, butter, and other things in it.
Paladine cookies. Paladine cookies.
Wake up.
1 sec.
Okay.
This hamlet shall not fall. Max 627
Oh,
rated
baby
my stream with
Paladine.
1 viewers.
Max, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. You've come into the middle of our Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder campaign. I hope you enjoy the show. I'll be in the chat from here. Go ahead, sorry.
You're fine. He'll take a seat and he'll be like, there was another murder, by the way. You're going to find out when you do show up.
Oh, joy. Where was it this time?
By the mirror.
Lost has to force himself to set down the paper with the recipe so he doesn't crumple it on reflex. The mirror.
Dead center. Both were apprehended this time. Both spoke right away. Both are still in custody pending trial. An actual trial, which is unusual for us. Captain is not very happy.
As they shouldn't be.
It was a bomb. Small, fake, just sprayed color everywhere, but the only thing we got from them is their instructions come from letter and they touch the rune.
Same as the victim in your cell. What I don't understand is that the victim was under the impression that the council okayed this. Why would they lie?
I don't think they're lying.
No, not the victim. I mean the organizations. Why would they lie about having the council's approval? There are places for this. There's no need to involve those who don't want to be involved.
Good question. Captain is still trying to keep it in our hands before it goes to the coffin and consequences get serious. But things are escalating.
A little quickly, if you ask me. I'll see what I can do. But I can't make any promises. I'm just one guard.
As are we. We're keeping extra eye out, expect extra hours being assigned. Captain is, as I said, furious. If you want to talk to them, they're in the cells. But... Oh, by the way, you were invited to the funeral of the other guy. Pending charges, bail was posted by an anonymous source.
Why do I get the feeling that this is all going to be much more of a headache than it's intended to be?
Because you're smart.
Well,
As
thank you.
Shoal just walks in.
Paint was listening in.
Literally peeks my head in just to say that.
Paint was listening telepathically and just sends the image of the guy and him licking their face again.
No
Except this time
pains.
he's in a box.
No paint. I don't think that'll be necessary. We aren't going to get anything new out of the new people. I'll try and get your request done today. I may need to make some substitutions, but that's nothing new here.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine. As I said, this was a treat. And now I actually have to watch prisoners and listen to them complain, and it's been surreal.
Missing the quiet already?
I don't normally have to watch jails. Normally I'm on patrol with you, or playing the game, where I'm interrogating somebody in a room, or, imprisoning some thief scum that is part of the game. But this is real, and it's weird. It's been a few hundred years since real happened. I guess you could call it 100 years. I don't even know anymore. Time.
It's not as bad as what I was signed up for. Now that I think about it, I wonder if I ever did the paperwork to be unregistered for that.
I'm pretty sure you did. Captain wouldn't have it any other way.
Always looking out for us. And that's why they're the captain.
Until they're not. They're a part of the game too, I think that's why they're mad. The game has been broken.
Last shrugs, tilting their head a bit to the side. From what I've been told, the game is only fun so long as you continue to follow the rules. Break the rules, and it stops being the same game.
Maybe. But for once, we have an actual job to do.
You're getting a mental image from Paint of what is similar to one of those boards with all the pictures and the strings going everywhere. And it's more just his thoughts trying to connect all of these different pieces together. And there is just an overwhelming sense of confusion at it. And then he just sends the an image of, Paint and Lost playing fetch. And it's just... You kind of get the sense of, why do two-leggers have to complicate everything?
It takes a minute for Lost to understand the series of images, but when it clicks, he laughs a little bit. Things are always a little more complex for us, aren't they? But it's okay, Paint.
He sneezes agreement.
Go ahead and come inside for today, alright? I'll make you another meat pie.
He just materializes out of the floor in front of you.
Oh, it's stone today. Got it. I still imagine the comical sound when he does it. Just pops up so quick, he goes...
Yes.
And I'm very... Hi, I'm here. I am here for food. Food!
If Lost didn't have to keep his hands clean for baking, he would be petting Paint. Also, so much flour.
So much flour. If Paint hasn't walked out of that bakery at least once completely covered in flour, I'd be shocked. Alright, so
it's basically a daily occurrence.
Of course. So Volt and Fret have to go ahead and get the group together. So get the group together.
Well, Brett will just scribble out to the bakery with a question mark.
Dr. Volt will agree.
To the bakery.
So you guys are easily able to make it to the bakery. Now that a certain somebody that's good at navigation knows where it is, the question is how do you get Shoal to show up?
Gee, how will we get the person who is mine Fret go up?
Yeah, but it's got a limited distance. But Fret will go looking for Shoal.
I mean, Fred
If
knows where Shoal lives. And the main
Yeah.
canals that he works. So, I mean,
Why do I just have this headcanon
Yes,
that
it's-
what Fret does is he just goes and sits in front of the door of the house that Shoal lives in, like a puppy dog?
Shoal doesn't live in a house.
Scratches on the door.
Oh, right, he
No,
lives underneath
just-
water.
yeah, so no, Fred ain't gonna do that. Fred's gonna go like just hang out at the shoreline.
The wharf, yeah.
Until he comes by.
Fred's just calling out, but, telepathically. It's just a yowl. And eventually, Shoal just comes close enough to hear it.
Oh, Shoal, I'm so bored, Shoal!
How
Worst
to,
part
Yeah,
is-
how to
that's
make
fair. That's
how,
headcanon.
how to make sure Shoal stays away a little bit longer just to see what happens.
Oh.
Shoal! I'm so bored here, Shoal!
Just slowly slumping against a wall or something.
Meanwhile, Shoal is just kind of like watching from a distance, being like, I wonder if he's gonna do something weird to alleviate the boredom.
Knowing Fret, yes.
Let's see.
More pages with explosive runes.
Well,
It's
That's only,
incendiary rune.
It's
yeah,
incendiary
it's
room.
incendiary.
It's not force damage yet.
It's not the Book of Ix. They're creating their own.
No, it's the Book of Arson.
Yep.
Fret's
Yeah, give it-
wondrous burning sensation.
It's the newest edition of the Anarchist Cookbook.
Canon. I don't know if that'll get us demonetized or
Wow.
not, but
It was funny.
it is.
I don't know. But
I
anyways,
was
Fred,
just assuming that, I guess it's just my demon mindset, that it would be the arson Goish.
No devils were harmed in the making of this book. Go the corner.
Yet.
Yeah, well,
But,
Whiskers,
you know,
but
Fred will.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't they
Fred will,
know it's devil?
I specified yet. It could happen.
But yeah, Fred will eventually, while waiting for Shoal, will pull out a tea set and begin making tea.
sorry, Shoal. He's being boring today.
Ah, phooey. Well, Shoal is gonna just leap out of the water like a minute later.
You haven't even powdered your
And
tea yet.
Fred kind of looks mildly aggravated that he had barely even begun and was
It has been interrupted.
And- yeah. So Fred will continue making his tea while he explains what's going on.
My personal headcanon is that Fret was there for like 2 hours, and then he's finally like, fine, I'll just make some tea. And that's when he decides, Shoal pops out.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
canon. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's how it works in real life too. The moment somebody gets biz starts goes, okay, I guess I'll entertain myself. Bam, they show up. Bam,
Yeah.
someone comes in.
Every time I
Or,
finally
like,
go to
okay.
play a video game, suddenly my Discord pops off. I'm like, guys, what the fuck?
See, I just ignore all of those unless it's Vari.
Oh.
Or Kai.
Anyways, yeah. So Shoal will be filled in on most of the stuff of what's been going on. And yeah, Fred will make some tea, and then we'll pack up his stuff, and while drinking tea, we'll just leisurely make his way back to the shop.
Shoal is gonna pause, and then before Fret can actually leave, is going to be like, "Hey, wait! I need you to leave a note for somebody for me. So I can't really write."
Fret blinks.
So I've had this the person who's been a regular. Like every day he waits for me to take him someplace. It's always the same place, to be fair. But I figured I should leave him a note to, so he isn't waiting on me while doing other stuff.
Fret nods and then begins looking around in his stuff for a spare sheet of paper. And then realizes that
It's all
the
fiery
extent
words.
of what he's got as far as...
It's
Yeah,
all fiery
his
words.
only spare paper is a book that he's not going to tear a page out of. So, Shoal, you got any paper?
Shoal
Waiting
stares
for-
at the water that he just jumped out of. Stares at Fret.
Pit stop to pick up some stray paper.
Yeah, Fret will go acquire paper.
It's a wanted poster for Shoal.
I mean,
The problem is that if it was a wanted poster for Shoal, Shoal probably made it himself.
That or one of the other various sailor types thought it was funny, and also
Yep.
made it.
Both are plausible.
but anyways, whatever it is, the back of it gets a note written out. Whatever Shoal wants it to say.
Probably an actual wanted poster because that's very common around here to name each other pirates as a joke.
Dread pirate bride coat.
I'll worry about the wording of it later, but basically Shoal's going to be explaining that his group of recallers has to go do stuff, so he'll be back later.
Okay. So,
And he'll leave it in the spot where the guy normally waits.
understood. So you guys all gather in the bakery. Hey, Pain. Pain. Too many damn games. Hey, Last. And Paint. That's how the confusion happened. Paint and the. You guys walk in the bakery. This is not the day that the guy came by, so. Your bell dingles. And your group walks in.
Welcome to Echo's Kindness. How may I...
Oh, it's you.
I wouldn't have said it in that particular tone, but...
You should. It'd be funny.
Paint is
Maybe
going
next
up to Fret and Dr. Volt, greeting them properly. By that I mean sitting next to them until they head pat him.
Fret will tentatively headbat.
Doggo will receive head pats. Oh,
And Paint will pull out a small piece of his leftover meat pie for Shoal. I imagine it might be a day or so old.
I mean, Shoal's not gonna care.
Adorable.
He just sets it down, nudges it forward with his nose, and then steps back.
Man, everybody's gonna hate me when I kill Paint.
Every time you say that, I get closer and closer to holding up a knife.
I'm holding up an L wrench. Not because of like threatening. I just have an L wrench in my that I've been fidgeting with.
I'm not threatening you with this L wrench, but it's here. That's what vibes I just got off of that.
No, it was. I'm contributing to the conversation. Look.
Well, Fret kind of does the gesturing at Volt and then gesturing at the rest of the group, as if expecting Volt to explain. Though Shoal has been filled in on most of it. With the adventures with the bird and stuff.
Can I just say that Dr. Volt gives them the Cliff Notes version of what happened?
I mean, that's probably easier on you. The Cliff Notes being, you received an offer from Big Magic Science Man, which may or may not be suspect a little bit, but also
Also, he
would be
calls this
helpful.
thing a syndicate.
Yeah,
And, like, you can list the number of good things that have been called a syndicate on Zero Finger.
To which
Fret
Les
looks
would agree.
offended.
Unfortunately for Fret, Last has to agree because currently he's going to give basic Cliff Notes to the rest of the group that he's currently dealing with, the Sol Syndicate and Dolja Alliance, who seem to be playing some sort of spy game in the city and doing it illegally.
Pain sends along mental image of the guy that was pretending to be dead, getting lots of face licks.
Hey, look, Viv, relevance.
Yeah.
So, considering there's a spy game, an illegal spy game going on, maybe people would want to know about some briefcases being handed off.
That's exactly what I was about to mention. Well, Shoal is gonna look thoughtful for a second, and then kind of have that, oh, wait a minute, and then go, well, this might be connected, but, this person that I've been, ferrying around basically every day at the wharfs, had a briefcase, had a, spy-like meeting at a out-of-the-way cafe area, and they exchanged a briefcase.
No, wrong guy.
Wrong guy? Oh, different guy.
Yep,
Okay.
nope. You just saw it on your route one day that two people
okay.
were doing that in the background. Your guy has been just doing the one thing. That's it. You can bring him up though.
Well then, yeah, I'm gonna bring up the briefcase meeting that I saw while I was toting people around.
In the wharves? I wonder why.
There's a lot of derelict buildings there that you can use as like a secret base.
Roll a wisdom check.
Who?
Last.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Last doing the wonder why thing, what he means is that he wonders why there wasn't a murder in the wharves.
Because they don't want
Wisdom
people
check.
searching the wharves. Ha ha.
Maybe. My wisdom is trash.
I mean, I don't know about spies, but I do know that abandoned warehouses in the shipping district, especially the kind with skylights, are where Two-Faces thugs hang around discussing their plans for Batman to bust in on them.
And here I thought you were going to reference the other game. That debacle.
That ass grenades. Okay, enough.
I was thinking of the skylight debacle and how we weren't stealthy at all.
No, that was also
Oh,
part
that-
of it, but ass grenades.
But
No.
no, I was thinking of the Goblin Adventure.
God.
That too, good grief. And we still haven't picked that up.
You let me do that, just putting that out there.
I know.
Either rate.
And I have no regrets.
No. People have already basically said it out loud. Viv said it very well. They don't want people there. There's a lot of warehouses and stuff out there. You're pretty sure if you look up incident reports now, the wharves might actually be completely clean.
I may need to make a report to the captain. Good thing I'll have a chance soon. They're upping my hours due to the incidents. Have any of you actually witnessed any of these incidents? Not the handoffs, but murders.
Fred shakes his head and then scribbles out, I've been busy helping with science.
The first one was by the keep. Not as bad. But the second one was in the plaza, by the mirror. That is not okay.
Well, that strikes me as ludicrously high profile.
Apparently, according to one of my fellow guards, they used a fake bomb. It spread color everywhere, didn't do any damage. But the scenario itself is shocking and unpleasant. The plaza with the mirror is supposed to be a safe place. Regardless of whether or not you are ready or willing to use the mirror, it's not supposed to have danger like that there.
Fred will scribble out, did they catch the people?
Both of them, yes. But they haven't said anything different compared to the victim that I interrogated before with Paint. Which, I have to thank you, Paint. And he ruffles Paint's head, ends up getting flour on it.
Fred will scribble out, well, what did that one say?
They seem to be under the impression that they are in a sanctioned game, that there was permission from the council to do these things, which is unusual. An organization playing a game like this has no need to lie like that. But there's also discrepancies in the organizations themselves. That said, in addition to that, the victim received a secret note telling them what to do, where, and when. Burns said note, but also that they touched a room. It seems to be keeping them from speaking about the organizations, which at this point I have to assume are the Syndicate and Alliance. It's frustrating.
Fred will,
I'm gonna let you
blink
guys open the
several-
roleplay. Hold on.
Okay.
Continue. I'm just gonna
We'll,
walk away.
we'll blink several times at the rune thing, and we'll scribble out, I need to go buy a maid shop then.
You need to go... What?
I need a
mage?
spell.
Oh, for a second I thought you meant purchase an entire mage shop. I was very concerned where you were going to get the funds for that.
Fred will point at the BY, and then kind of do the little editor mark BUY, and then scratch that out.
Sorry. Sometimes language still eludes me. My
Paint will
excuse
put
for...
a paw on Lass' knee in commiseration.
My excuse for misunderstanding something verbally.
But yeah. So Fred will further explain, scribbling out what is the name of the spell? Rune Trace. And then Fred will begin counting his remaining scales.
Well, If this ends up helping. Thank you on behalf of the Twilight Guard, Fred.
Fred will just with one hand while he's counting his scales, just give a thumbs up. And yeah, Fred has 132 scales. And Rune Trace to purchase would be 100 scales. And the spell component for it would be 25. So I got it. But as is customary, Fred is going to be really freaking poor.
That's okay. Last is going to make sure Fred is compensated for this.
If it helps.
Fred is making an effort to help the Twilight Guard. Compensation will be required.
So 7 scales total if he goes and buys that. Is what he'd have left. So, yeah, Fred will just kind of look back and forth between people.
I believe the scientific discussion is good to go. So you guys should have that discussion about science and doing science.
Yeah, Fred will scribble out. So, what do y'all think of the science thing?
Random side note, one of the great parts about owning my own house is I don't have neighbors and I can scream as loud as I goddamn want.
Heh.
Heh.
In general,
Go ahead.
pardon me. Oh my goodness.
I always cough like this. I usually just mute myself, but my button's not working.
Well
Gosh darn.
concerned. Lost's general response to the science thing is he's okay with it. He doesn't necessarily see anything wrong with pursuing the offer.
Fred will scribble out. It does seem kind of fishy, but yeah, I think it'll work.
More than likely, he just wishes to have his name first. Paper.
And thusly, Fred realizes what he was missing.
He needs the
Shocked
clout, man.
Pikachu face.
Shocked Pikachu.
Shocked Pikachu face.
What is Fret missing?
Fret was
But,
shocked Fret face.
yes. Because Fred didn't realize that notoriety was a thing that even mattered. And who was the person that got the credit? That was not a thing that Fred was aware was a concept.
It's a concept that is mildly foreign to Last.
Shocked Pikachu face.
Last being like...
Except with Last, it would be a more shocked, ghastly face.
Oh my god!
All right.
Dead. I've been slain.
I mean, we already knew that you were a Ghastly after all. Alternate universe, if we ever drop you guys into a Pokemon game, I know what I'm making you.
Oh no!
I'm
Ghastly.
just saying, I could arrange this.
I don't know. I don't know what Dr. Volt would be. All I know is what type would
Mr.
be.
Mime.
Neither Psychic
No,
nor
Mr.
Fairy were
Rhyme.
on that list.
Electric or steel. Probably electric.
The worst
Okay.
part is, like, I like every time I try to think of what Dr. Volt would be like in a Pokemon game, I just think of that asshole who ran the orphanage in Reborn.
Headbats.
Oh yeah, I don't think Zim has ever experienced Pokemon Reborn.
I have
don't
not.
It's a free
It
fan
is
game.
yeah, it's
Dr.
a
Volks would be a Snorlax? No.
No, he's too active.
But
for
yeah,
that.
it's Reborn is the hardest Pokemon game I've ever experienced.
It's actually really difficult. And very adult.
Yeah.
Considering you're fighting terrorists half the time.
Yeah, the
Considering
game
the first
starts
thing,
with
yeah,
a terrorist attack that derails a train.
and blows up the train station.
I have
Yeah.
it. I know what Dr. Volt would be.
Oh no.
They would have to be an Electabuzz.
I was thinking that one too.
That does like that still continues down the train of thought because that dude's ace was a fucking Electivire.
Yeah.
Just one of the Electabuzz line, which, by the way, I'm ever so glad Electabuzz and Magmar got pre-Evos.
Yeah.
Electakid was cute.
I'm
Alakid.
just disappointed that due to all of the controversy surrounding it, Jinx got removed from that trio.
Oh yeah,
Well-
because it was yeah, the Jinx, Electabuzz, and Magmar.
Magmar were kind of considered to
Magmar,
be a
yeah.
trio in Gen 1. So it would have been interesting
Yeah.
to see what a third stage Jinx would have been.
Yeah, but unfortunately, what they didn't, or Japan did never plan on exporting it over to America, where that's a stereotype.
Also, I would have loved to have seen a Hula Girl Alolan Jinx.
There's problems with that too.
I mean, culture appropriation aside, yes, you guys got to talk about the whole science thing. And Mr. Rhyme would have been interesting, but I don't think Mr. Rhyme would have fit either for Dr. Volt. Xylet there.
I just no.
Zolet.
How? At what point does Dr. Volt start giving Charlie Chaplin vibe?
I'm not going to make the
No.
joke. I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to make the joke.
But no, Mr. Mime line would definitely be Fred.
I don't know. I think I could see them or Fred as one of those birds from the Alolan games.
No, you see, he's Mr. Mime because
No,
he
the
doesn't
parrots.
talk.
Oricocos? Or
Yes.
toucans? Okay.
But-
No, you see, he doesn't talk, therefore mime.
But Nickit is right there.
Nickit is right there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that is fair.
I
I feel like that would
forget-
fit Minuet a bit more, though. Raw
always
gremlin
forget
energy.
Nickit exists.
As we derail the game immediately after I tried to pull
I'm
back
sorry.
in due to my
I'm
own stupidity.
sorry.
No, it's that one was my fault. All right, so you guys got to talk science.
So, Lost appears to be okay with it. Fret is kind of just, yeah, sure, we can do that, I suppose. What are Shoal's and Paint's thoughts on the matter?
Paint is currently seemingly distracted, watching to see if Shoal eats the offering.
Oh, Shoal ate it.
friendship. Oh, okay.
It was already eaten. There was
Oh.
food involved. Joel ate it.
And I mean, I would say technically, this is one of the few points that Paint's opinion doesn't particularly matter because he wasn't part of that.
Oh.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
like,
fair, but
he was
I mean,
not part of the
going
group at that moment and was not there present at the thing.
This is true, but also
it does
Paint's
affect him
opinion
going
matters.
forward.
Yes. I guess it would have been more accurate to say does not carry the same weight.
It does not have the same contextual connotation, but also, hug the paint. Your opinion matters.
Yes, Paint's opinion does matter.
Paint matters, yo.
At least until he's killed.
That was a voice from inside of his backpack. Your death shall be beautiful. I shall paint you on a canvas.
Oh. Just gonna be blood splatters?
Do you want a murderous paladin? This is how you get a murderous paladin.
You're a paladin of Erabain.
So, I think that it pretty much falls to Dr. Volt as to whether or not we're gonna go with the idea or not.
I mean, has anyone raised an objection?
Not really.
Then Dr. Volt will be more than happy to go along with it. Sounds like an excellent way for him to pursue his research more freely.
Oh, and he doesn't as much give a damn about other people's opinions.
I mean, more just that Dr. Volt wants to be able to do science as freely as possible.
Yeah.
And this is a good way to go about that. And also, it's a good springboard.
Decisions made. Good things. So, I'm assuming at some point you guys are going to be fed because Last is here. This is his bakery.
We fed all the baked goods.
And we can move on to the scene where you guys officially accept. Oh, pizza's here. Hold on. I'm going to go get it because I don't think Cass.
Wait, you bake a pizza, right? Lost can bake a pizza.
So, this is something involving a contract, right?
Oh, so Paint's opinion might matter a lot, actually. Okay.
Oh. It may well involve a contract. This is true.
Yeah, you might want the Fae there.
Well, Paint was going to be coming either way.
This is true. Duke.
Pet.
The paint is achieved. Head pat.
Good.
Oh, right. I forgot to close that program.
Also, the frickin' silly hat kills me, by the way.
The Bobby cap.
Yeah.
See, it was a good choice. Shush. People judging me.
It's so lovely and cute.
So, Era,
Yes, sir.
what kind of racial bonus does paint get on contracts?
That's a question to throw at me when I'm not able to think clearly. I did a bunch of pre-effort. One of the very few times I'm not just like, I'm just going to write a bunch of nonsense down on a page and then go with it. No, I actually set up this game, or tonight's game, very specifically.
Well, you know, you got you got a Fae here. Their whole thing is contracts.
Charisma checks, man. Charisma checks.
Good thing I didn't dump charisma then.
Charisma's useful. People need to stop dumping charisma. You have no idea what happens when you let a bard be a control bard. Me. I happen. You don't want me to happen.
Taldarius tried to get me to dump charisma, and I'm like, no.
I remember I was sitting there like, wow, that's a really stupid idea because you have no idea of what you can do with charisma. So what I need to do is I need to make a control bard with charisma as their main stat and then come at Taldarius and watch that nonsense happen.
Though, I would like to note that for, the knowing of things, wisdom is the big one, but, like, sense motive, to figure out whether or not somebody's trying to play you.
Oh, yeah,
Sense
you see,
motive is the big one.
my personal favorite dump
Just
stat,
wisdom.
if I'm going to have a dump stat, is dexterity. It's either dex or strength, one or the other, because those have very specific uses, and that's it. Nah. Give me high charisma and high wisdom, because A, I figure your shit out, and B, I destroy you with my shit.
What I found hilarious was the time that you had the dex dump stat rogue character that had higher AC when flat-footed.
What?
Yep, I made a strength rogue that had better AC when they were flat-footed. So what they did is they always stuck themselves right in the middle of battle between everybody, so that way they could get their sneak attack, and people could try and sneak attack them, and it worked out fantastically because everybody wants to go after the damage dealer, and I was the center of attention always. I became harder to hit when I was surrounded, and it was fantastic.
So, plus 20 racial bonus to things involving contracts?
Jesus Christ.
No, we'll talk about it later, Zim. For the time being, I'm assuming Dr. Volt and Fret are going to the
I think the whole crew.
MSS Institute. Oh, you all are going?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, God damn, no racial bonus. It wasn't added on previously. We're going. Just a charisma check.
But he's a
Make my life
Fae.
easy.
That is their whole thing.
But having an extra person to sense motive is a nice thing, though. Just, yeah.
He does have
One
a
way or
plus
the
8
other.
to that.
There you go.
Oh, then yeah, you're better off than Fred is.
So you all go to the Institute, and for those, well, there's only 2 people in the party that would look at this place and be like, yes, this is normal, up until you get to the elevator. Then you hit the 70s ass, waiting room, and then everybody's like, oh. The attendant the attendant at the front desk will, give you guys a buzz in and the cards and everything else after the sign in. She'll whisper something into one of those little telecom doodles left in that 70s hell of a waiting room.
What is Rex's response to the waiting room?
All you hear is a quiet, bruh, why? And then he tries to hide from the orange. So much orange. So much orange.
Does it have one of those super fluffy carpets? I can't remember. Shag carpets?
Shag yes, it has shag carpeting. It is brown. It has yellow walls, orange couches.
Paint is very happy with the shag carpet.
And this is why people stopped having shag carpeting, because it gets so nasty.
Are
Is the
there
whole dragging his face through the shag carpet type thing going on?
Yes.
So, random
Oh.
fun fact: my house has a fallout shelter built into it. It's just a concrete cube off the basement. I want to cover it in shade carpeting and put up fairy lights. So bad, but I have to seal it first.
Oh, okay.
But it's going to be wall to wall shade carpeting. I don't know what color it's going to be. It's got to be a color I can see and doesn't hurt me. But it's going to be the most fantastic I'm having an anxiety attack room ever. And it's going to be stupid.
I also have to ask, how many of the things are like the various appliances are that kind of like olive green black?
Oh, just the coffee maker, because that's the only appliance in here.
Because you've always got that olive green plastic, and you've got that mustard yellow plastic as well.
It's the mustard yellow because it's cheaper.
Gross.
It's a 70s baby. Before I make myself sick, the doctor will, of course, at some point when he's done doing whatever he's doing and they're making you guys wait just slightly too long, swing open the door and be Wunderbar! I hear you guys have come to a decision. Oh, hello, extra guests. I assume my reputation precedes me and I don't have to introduce myself. But welcome to my laboratory. Would you guys like a tour of my private lab?
Fret will scribble out. Your reputation might not precede you because we didn't actually well, I mean, we told them about the ideas, but you might want to personally introduce yourself.
Unfortunate. Well, if I really must introduce myself, please come in. Please come into my lab. Come into my lab.
22 on a sense motive.
He is very excited for you
24.
to meet him. You are very excited, or he is very excited for you to meet him.
Ah, one of those people. Paint doesn't like him.
Oof.
He
But yeah,
ushers.
I figure we all go in.
He introduces himself as Dr. Marten, a prominent figure within Twilight City, going to unite all of the scientific community within this city with all its ideals and concepts, and it's all over the place. Obviously, he must show you his fantastic 70s lab with chemicals just sitting out like they shouldn't be, and he offers you to touch his Tesla coil because it'll make all your fur stand on end. And since you can't die, he can up the voltage. How exciting!
Fret will decline this.
Shoal has been struck by lightning before. He is not keen to do it again.
Unfortunate. Of course, he'll show you his private collection again, and you know, a certain set of eyes on a certain blade. Before he'll motion towards his desk and be like, shallst we talk the unfortunate side of science business?
Paint is going up front and center. He is ready for this.
Business papa.
Well, I almost expected him to spawn a suit there for a moment. And you hear a boring from wherever Rex is currently hiding.
Paint narrows his eyes. He's ready.
Ah, I see. I see. Interesting. A Fae here.
Is that a problem, Doctor?
No, this makes things so much more interesting. He sits down at a desk, steeples his fingers, then folds them together and goes, "Here in the scientific community, we don't always look at profit, but somebody figured out the little game, huh?" We want a 30% cut. We want our business title in bold letters at the top of the paper, and any sort of follow-up presentations and contracts and stuff, we get our cut, including 30% of any of Dr. Gearholt's inventions if they go on sale. See, I am very, very kind. In exchange, we offer payments, obviously. We will fund your research, and if applicable science comes out of it, we will make sure to publish it and get it peer-reviewed, so that way you guys don't have to. You ever seen that scene where two people are squinting each other? Now imagine one of them's a dog.
Oh god.
Why does my brain say that it's seen a meme like that?
Oh no, Whiskers, why?
Oh no! Oh no! It's being drawn!
Nope, I need the
Oh.
birdo in the scene squinting back. Thank you. I want to see a bird squinting back.
In a suit and tie, yes!
Oh my gosh.
Whiskers, I'll send you the description.
Okay, but the tie needs to, consider he's a 90s bird, the tie needs to be that arcade pattern. You know the one.
Oh, absolutely. It's because he's a comfort
arcade
guru.
dog.
So he's got the lab coat, and then he's got the arcade tie with the tweed, like, what is it? The sweater, that bright orange sweater.
Oh, this is painful. Just
Oh gosh.
It is, but it's amazing. Whiskers, you're part of the party now. Unfortunately, you're required here every game from here on out.
You can't demand that of Whiskers. They are a free spirit.
I can demand whatever I want. I'm a dragon. I just make demands. It's not my fault that people listen to me because I'm large and can eat them.
He wrote lol
Yeah,
on there.
The trick is just to disregard what Era says sometimes, and you'll be okay. Hopefully. Maybe.
Stradivarian says Chronicler's Whiskers has been recruited.
Whiskers, you're making a character. They're a bard with 5 levels in painting only. You appear to draw scenes.
There is
Oh
I think that there's an archetype for that.
no. I
There is.
recognize
I'm-
Whiskers. Whiskers drawing himself here.
Yep. I'm wondering where the hell this is going.
Oh, he's in the background painting the scene. Oh, this is great.
Well, side tangents aside, he has made his offer.
Paint is sending a mental image of the scales, the tasty scales, and it is growing and shrinking, and it's got the bird pushing the pile towards the group, which of course everybody except for Shoal is doggo form. Paint does not know if Shoal considers him friend yet, so he does not get doggo form yet. But Paint will make friends someday.
But Shoal
Anyways.
doesn't want doggo.
Shoal will be friend. But anyways, yeah, he's conveying how much is being offered to them with a question.
That really depends. There's a couple of items that I have ready for your good doctor here. Something that I think he'll very much enjoy having in his hands, considering his noted curiosity led him here. On top of that, I believe Dr. Gerhardvold here might be accepting a position here in the lab where he'll be allowed to do science within a safe environment, and I may have convinced the council to allow us a few more droplets of that certain godlike entity liquid stuff that you got on the recent planet. Kind of as a push button point to, of course, try and convince him to join my syndicate. I do believe 10 microliters is quite a bit of very powerful fluid. I happen to notice that one of your individuals here looks over at Fret. Why don't you just go ahead and take that blade from my case? You don't know where he pulled out a bottle of wine from, but he just pulls out a bottle of wine and starts pouring himself a glass.
Fret, well, having taken that as a go-ahead, it's like, he'll kind of shrug and walk over to the case.
As you pick up the blade, it gets some more of its color back. And by color, I mean it shifts to a green hue. It is a
That
Sean weapon.
Blinks.
You do not get a -3 with this weapon.
I'm just watching.
Also, I'd like to make, I think this is fair to, in this situation, an appraise check to see if it sounds like he is, in fact, offering me a good deal.
Go for it.
I will be utilizing Nanite Surge as well.
Of course. I'm sending you the details now.
I'm also going to be utilizing my reroll.
Why did I suddenly imagine when Gerhardt uses the nanite surge that it sounds like a laptop whose fan is chugging super hard because it's doing big calculations?
Well, he's got all these tubes and everything. They just go.
I got a total of a 20.
20 what?
29.
29. It's very well that means that you're getting slightly discredited, but at the same time you're getting to touch things within a secure environment, and you're going to assume probably automatically that he has extra protections allowing him to do things that normally you could not on your own. You also know you're going to have to play the corporate game of, before you do the thing, you have to explain why you're doing the thing and get approval. But 10 microliters is better than 2 microliters of that whole, this is corrupted god fluid.
Yeah, and allow me to raise a different scenario. I have to do the corporate runaround until I prove that I am invaluable enough that I get the ability to ask for forgiveness rather than permission.
That is very true as well. It's going to be a game at first. You know very well it's going to be a game at first, and you're going to have to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to sit in front of this guy and be like, I blew up the lab, sorry, at some point in time, but you're going to have to earn it. And he's a scientist that knows how to play games, apparently.
The worst kind of science.
Oh yeah, absolutely worst kind of scientist. But great for the scientific community because he is trying to enforce peer-reviewed papers and trying to unify. He's the worst kind of good guy.
He's like, nobody's gonna like me for this. But it's necessary. And it actually is necessary.
It is, but he's going to be an absolute fucktard the entire way.
I didn't realize this fell. I'm glad this didn't break.
Paint is sending to Volt, a scene of a door with Dr. Volt's face on it, and a very, very big, one of those comedic, old-style locks on it, with Volt standing outside of it with key, and part of it is conveyed that this is the only key. And then he sends a question mark,
Is he getting his own private lab?
Yes.
I would like to, of course, see everything in writing before. But so far, this sounds like an equitable deal, so long as I receive my own lab in the process.
Ah, wunderbar. He hits a little button, says to lawyers, we have a fay. And the smallest looking elf you have ever seen in your life. We're talking they're smaller than dwarves. Just comes in and offers up le contract.
Oh,
He comes out of a little door on the side of the room. It is the most amusing thing you think you've ever seen until he offers up the contract. And the doctor will take it. He'll look over it. Be like, I suppose this should be 100% to the T. I assume the Fae would like to look it over first before presenting. Yes?
Paint sneezes agreement.
Take a rank in profession, lawyer. He will slide it over. It is as he said. He will offer funding within reason. It is absolutely as he said that the company takes a 30% cut from any profits made off of any particular invention. The main goal is definitely obviously that he wants to go about going through the proper peer-reviewed. That was something that started to become heavily used in the 70s. Technically the 50s, but do you know how many people actually followed it? With the one big caveat that any scientific discoveries will be underneath specifically the company name in big letterheads. It is obviously a power move against the scientific community should anything come of fruition.
Paint is shaking his head at it, and he puts he puts on there that he sends the image of the contract and Dr. Volt's name underneath the company name.
The bird kind of does that whole like two fingers extended with the fists up to his mouth, looks at the lawyer. You see this tiny little elf sigh. He snaps his fingers and it's added on. He goes, there. I think that's agreeable. By from. And now it is upgraded to say, from the labs of MSS, by Dr. Gerhard Volt, in the large letterhead.
He looks over at Volt.
That is much more.
You cut out?
I said much more agreeable.
Paint will very meticulously look over the rest of it as well.
Yeah, the only little weird part is that at the end of termination, shared custody is implied with the scientific nonsense. It gets really weird technical garbage nonsense. Speak of, technically we both own it, so if we go to court, our agreement still stands, but further research afterwards is afterwards. They're basically saying we're going to fight for part of the claim. Should research end here and go somewhere else? Yada yada blah. It's normal corporate garbage crap. Don't make me actually tell you what that corporate garbage crap looks like, because I do know, and I don't want to actually explain it.
We get the concept, I think. Hopefully.
Paint will sneeze.
TLDR, if it goes to the courts, they're going to push for 30% anyways.
Paint will sneeze his agreement to it.
It requires signature from apparently everybody, since everybody's involved now.
So I'm just imagining that one scene from Hercules where Hades says, "You get the concept." I can't remember the exact scene, otherwise I'd say it out.
I mean, there's plenty of people here. Y'all find the meme. We'll post it places.
Paint will put his paw into the ink and put it onto the contract.
Does anybody not sign to make this a little bit easier?
Fret will be distracted by Katana until he's requested to sign.
So TLDR, everybody signs and everybody stares at Fret for a long moment in time. And
Yeah, and then the hastily signing.
Going and shit posting, by the way.
oh god, did you find it?
Yeah. What do you take me for?
Never underestimate
The Viv.
Viv.
I think that was heard on my side of the stream, so... Yep. He says, Fondaba, give me about a week. Dr. Fulton, you will have your own laboratory. In
Excellent.
the meantime, rise to just a celebration. Would you guys like a glass of wine?
Sure.
Of course, everybody wants a glass of wine. Who doesn't like wine? And he will pour everybody a glass, whether they like it or not. They don't have to drink it.
Paint begins to raise his paw, but then it's just put in front of him anyways, and he's like, huh.
This is 70s, baby. Everybody wants
Fret-
wine.
Fret will take the wine and then go and spin around in an egg chair for a while.
Paint wants food.
Not fermented grapes.
That's
Exactly.
not food. That's beverage.
One way or
And
the other.
it's stale beverage, too.
This isn't good beverage. This is the weird shit that other people drink to make them go weird. Why do I want this?
He's sending mental image of, Oh no, Paint already discovered alcohol. Erabain saw to that.
Oops.
He does not want more of it. but he is he's sending mental image of raw carcass.
That's fine to end the scene. He will still, do the whole business cheer of to business, to science, to science! Science!
Fret will stop his spinning and raise his glass, and then continue spinning.
Of course. And that is where we'll close out that particular scene. You guys are allowed to go back. Hey, Dr. Volt.
Yes.
Before you leave, he presents you with a box. And you can thank the chat for hitting the thing for this. He says, I have created this device, as I said. But I think that maybe you should have it out in the field, as it'll do a little bit more. I have indeed recreated this lens that had the slight flaw in it. Where the fuck are you, my god? Darned. Why am I... Why am I, not saying the actual curse words? There you go. I have created this, and I think it would be better in your hands. You might be able to pop out one of the lenses in your goggles and put this in. Do you not agree?
It would seem a possible solution. So, I believe a toggleable lens would be even better course of action.
Limited time.
Like where you like rotate it down over, like a jeweler monocle thing.
It would take a little bit of time, but for the time being, will this lens do the case?
It very much will. Thank you very much.
I expect results, Dr. Volt. But I don't think I have to worry too much. After all, you're going to charge into all sorts of danger. So, consider this a small thank you gift for hopefully unifying the scientific community underneath what is now our name. Yes?
You have hired the greatest scientific mind of the world. If there's anyone who can unite a scientific community, it would be me.
Well, I would like to say technically the second, but I guess we're on equal grounds now, so... Shallst we? He motions towards the door. I'm going to continue poking things I shouldn't.
Truly one of the most worthwhile endeavors.
I'm still disappointed nobody wishes to touch my avian coil. Ah, well, one day. I gave you the details to it. If you'd like to describe it, since it'll be in your goggles, you may do so. I'm going to go and get myself a little bit of food really quickly and use the bathroom, so be right back. And you may open roleplay when you're leaving.
So just as a very quick out-of-character note, why did my mind immediately go when he said, "Nobody wants to touch my avian coil"? My response in my head was, "Sir, this is a Wendy's."
Ah, oh, that's wow.
All right. What do we do now?
Well, apparently,
Other than
Paint
science!
Paint has a profession now.
Paint, the best lawyer.
Is this when he winds up as the district attorney?
Which district?
No, just with the guard. He's the attorney for the guard.
Ah,
Yeah.
I mean, if Paint tries to convince Lost to allow him to be the guard's attorney, I mean, he won't be able to dissuade Paint or the rest of the guard.
We'll see what he winds up doing. Either way, it shall be beautiful.
Concerned. Did Shoal tell everyone about their new regular or just Fret?
Only Fret knows about the regular, but the rest were told about the meeting. So.
Ah.
I have pizza.
Ooh, tasty.
Yes.
Well...
Paint is sitting next to Erabain on the bridge, looking up at him hungrily.
Erabain blinks and goes, "When the hell did you get here?"
But Lost
just
made
sends-
pizza for everyone.
He just
did.
sends mental image of pizza.
Fine, you get buried in pizza.
Man,
Either rate,
Last is gonna have to give you a bath.
it's his own fault. Either rate, we're gonna go ahead and push on. Hey, Shoal.
Yes.
You go back to your normal day work, I assume, after all this nonsense.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy's still standing there. Right where you always pick him up.
Does it look like he got the note at least?
It's right there. If he could read it, it's probably right there. I'm assuming you can pick him up.
You sure?
It's awkward going to the place because it's a little bit late. You know you're going to have to pick him up pretty shortly. And the first time he speaks, he goes, "Speak not easy. Can't read."
Ah. It was just a note saying I would be late today.
It's fine. You came. I have tea. You do join? Yes. Bit late.
Shoal will tilt his head, shrug, and go, sure. And he will order himself some tea as well, I suppose? Or is it his own tea?
This building is completely empty.
Okay, so it's his own tea.
The guy pulls out the only thing that he brought from his homeworld. It's a red. They look like reeds that he will grind into a powder, and he will make tea out of. It is got the bitterness of coffee, but the sweetness of like one of those sugary coffees you can buy at one of those big name stores. Because I'm not giving them any of my business. They're not paying me. Once you sit down, you realize on the other side of the fence that he'd been dropping him off on, he has painted, or somebody has painted a scene along the wood planks of a purple sea, what looks like white sand, and a sky that is kind of that bluish light purple hue that you... I don't know how to describe that color, unfortunately.
Oh, it's not teal.
Teal?
It's
No.
No, teal is a blue-green. I think I know the color you're thinking.
Yeah, like if Twitch wasn't evil. Purple. Bad jokes. And that's how we all get monetized again.
Gosh darn it.
Zim, you're gotta be used to it by now.
Yeah.
Sending you hugs.
They'll arrive by mail in 3 to 6.
I'm not. Well, I mean, I guess I could technically send Zim the juice barrel things, but you know, actual hugs are better.
Well, that's why it takes 3 to 6 weeks. Sending a person to hug somebody else takes...
I'm effort in planning. B. It's pretty good tea. He is absolutely silent the entire time, unless you're going to say anything.
After Shoal's about halfway through his cup, he's just gonna be like, "How come you always wait for me?"
My people stupid. New people annoying. You no talk. You go.
Shoal tilts his head before nodding. He agrees with this.
People stupid home. Me leave. Group go with not stupid people. Partner hunt down self and son. Empty place remind me of poison water ocean. Time with son at small tea shop. Son no speak. You no speak. This okay. Word stupid.
Shoal will just kind of let out an agreeing hum as he sips.
He'll reach up and beneath your hood you see that he does have, it's like a light, thin, reddish brown fur. Not quite a muzzle. His ears are definitely somewhere between elf and animalistic. He pulls off an earring and he slides it forward and goes, "You fight. You fight first." Me no need. Fight stupid.
He will take the earring, at least as carefully as he can. Put it into his little pouch, his little tail bag.
No more talk. Tea. Yes.
He is sipped in silence.
We'll send you item. There you go.
So, Era.
Mm-hmm.
Fret would like to purchase a spell.
Oh.
And a bunch of or rather spell components for said spell. Rune Trace, first level bard spell.
Yep.
So that would be 100 scales. And then 25 scales worth of gemstones. Powdered.
Understood.
And that puts Fret at 7 remaining scales.
Yep. I promise I'm being professional and not eating on stream.
Yeah.
Hashtag normalize eating on stream.
It has been utilized. It's called food porn.
Oh, honey.
Or food ASMR. Whichever one you're feeling.
I'm not sure I really want those ASMR people in my stream while I'm eating. That's kind of weird.
Oh, you
Also,
don't
I
want to do a
hate
mukbang?
those sounds. Oh god.
In real life, no. Erabain would. Me human me behind the cameras and all the technology of being what I actually want to be. No, this human body sucks. If I were to do that, I'd die.
What a way to die, though.
True. I could just quit my meds and never gain another pound in my life, I guess.
Yeah, but that's bad. No.
Living better. Not allowed to die.
It don't make me get the squirt bottle.
All right. So, let's see. We left off on Shoal. Shoal got his thing. Hey, Keith.
Meh.
The next day that you go into the guards have something for you. And for you, I mean I should say for paint.
Oh dear.
Oh.
I'm going to send it to Key first. Of course, it's in the city's colors, mind you. There you go, Key. You can address that as you wish.
Give me a minute to read.
Good, I can eat more pizza. I mean, not eat on stream because I'm professional.
Evidence
Hand tracking, why do you
unknown
betray me?
potion. I had to turn off my hand tracking because my hand tracker broke.
Oh,
I got my new one sitting at the apartment office. I need to go pick it up.
Oh, you use that stupid thing? I use a webcam. I should show you the software I use.
Oh, I mean, so far it's been really reliable. It's just this one died on me.
It doesn't work with me at all.
Huh. Mine works really well. I've got it suspended above my desk.
Yeah, it doesn't work with me. It just doesn't detect my hands.
It's probably your scales. They're too shiny. They just reflect it.
Or the fact I'm a shadow dragon, maybe I don't reflect enough light. I don't know.
oh,
It's just seeing a blank void. Also, apparently, it was something adorable.
yes, it was. Last is surprised by this gift. And he actually has to take a minute. Because doing the equivalent of crying,
Oh no.
Death by kindness.
it is the happy cry. The other guards have probably not seen him do that an awful lot.
And they're never going to let it go.
Paint is
Silently
probably unfamiliar with this, but is sensing Lass' tears and is immediately trying to comfort him.
You all are making me wish I had my mask right now.
Last is Paint is getting many licks.
Stop, I don't taste good. Sit down, Pink, please.
He sits.
Thank you. And Lost is going to crouch down, and he's going to present a bandana to Paint. It's in the colors of the Twilight City. Let's see here. You know what? I will send it to Zim, because I know Era's just a little bit busy.
Oh, I can send it. I just finished stuffing my face. It's okay.
Okay.
Here, I'll send it. If I can find Zim in my list. There's Zim. Bop.
Ooh.
Hopefully you'll accept this gift. Though, it looks like we may need to get you another name tag to go along with it.
Like,
For those who have not read the description,
Read it away. I'm gonna go throw something away. Read.
the Echo Bandana is an exquisitely crafted item, blending functional design with enchanting capabilities. Made from a material that is both soft and durable, it ensures comfort for the animal wearing it, while also providing lasting durability. This bandana is designed with a sturdy base, allowing it to be worn securely around the neck like a collar, and it features a ring for attaching a name tag. What sets the Echo Bandana apart is its magical attunement process. It requires both an animal-like creature and its stead to form a bond with the bandana over a continuous period of 24 hours. This attunement imbues the bandana with a special magical property, forging a deep connection between the creature and its stead. Once the attunement is complete, the Echo Bandana activates its unique feature. The creature wearing it gains the ability to hear its stead's call regardless of the distance between them, as long as they are within the same sphere. This call is not just audible, but also provides the creature with an intuitive sense of direction, guiding it towards the source of the call. The Echo Bandana is more than a mere accessory. It is a conduit for an unbreakable bond between a stead and their animal companion. Its ability to transcend physical distances and keep the pair connected in spirit makes it an invaluable item for those who cherish a deep connection with their animal allies. The Echo Bandana does not just carry a sound, it carries the essence of companionship and loyalty.
Paint will sneeze and extend his neck.
Lost is going to carefully attach the bandana about Paint's neck. Not my neck. Ah!
Ha! So just like with Shoal and Fret, Lost is the animal companion.
Oh no!
oh dear.
I mean, Paint is the lawyer here. And he's going to gently hold Paint's head and press his smoky forehead to Paint's. I promise to be there for you. Do you understand?
He nods, sending the mental image of Doggo Last and him side by side. So, what are the city's colors?
Technically Twilight themes, so probably hues of orange, dark blue, and black, maybe purple.
Okay.
I never sat down and designed it, so I just know the colors vaguely.
Oh, the colors of a sunset, effectively.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm colorblind, so I'm guessing. Do you agree?
I will. Whiskers is asking about an update to the animation for the new bandana, so.
I have never sat down and done the official seal. I will have to, apparently, now.
Oh no, incentive.
Well, actually,
You've done
no.
this to yourself.
Technically, the seal is in process. Technically, it was going to be part of the logo. I just need to follow up with the artist that's doing it, the illustrator. He's got twin boys. He's a stay-at-home father, so I haven't been pushing him too hard.
Oh.
I think they're 5. Sounds like a madness to me. I'm okay with that. It's cute. I will get those for you later. At some point, but probably here. Let me just grab the color profile that the artist gave me, the illustrator, and I'll just send it to you, Zim, if that's okay.
That'll work. I mean, it's just using those colors anyways.
Yeah, he sent me this. Copy image. Which, by the way, as I said, I'm colorblind and purple looks like garbage to me, so I'm relying on other people in this one. Where'd he go? There he is. And he sent me this. And the logo is currently at...
Does it have the logo on there?
I'm grabbing it. Where it's currently at. He's just missing the type font.
No, I'm meaning, like, does the bandana also have the logo? I thought it was just the colors.
It's just the colors as far as I'm concerned, but you can include that if you want.
I'd say no, mostly to save other artists trying to draw paint.
Okay. There you go. If, by the way, I know Dr. Volt has gotten his item, and if he wishes to read out that description, he may. And I know that Viv has also gotten Shoal has gotten their item. If they wish to read out their description, they may.
Okay, Dr. Volt received the Arcanum Lens. The Arcanum Lens is highly prized by spellcasters. Enhance their mastery over complex spells. The lens's magic can be activated by expending one of its 5 daily rechargeable charges. When a charge is used, the lens grants a substantial +5 competence bonus on spellcraft checks for a duration of 30 minutes. This bonus sharpens the wearer's ability to analyze and manipulate arcane energies, aiding significantly in the comprehension and execution of sophisticated magical workings. Moreover, the lens's magic does more than just enhance spellcraft. Each charge used imbues the wearer with an enhanced perception of magical elements, allowing for a more profound understanding of subtle arcane structures and energies. This heightened awareness is crucial for spellcasters who need to discern intricate magical details and patterns. Additionally, if the wearer opts to use 2 charges at once, the lens unlocks its special capability, the detection and analysis of interflux magic. This unique feature allows the wearer to perceive and study nuanced energies of interflux magic, offering insights into magical phenomenon that exist in a balanced state between conventional positive and negative magic spectrums.
Fancy.
I suppose it's my turn then.
Yep, and I heard a me-ism in the middle of that, and I'm disappointed in me.
Shoal received the First Stride Charm. The First Stride Charm is a uniquely adaptable magical accessory designed to be worn as either an earring, piercing, or bracelet. This charm is not only a statement of style, but a tactical asset in combat situations, as its most notable feature is its ability to significantly boost the wearer's initiative. At any point during a battle, the wearer can activate the charm as a swift action, gain an immediate +8 bonus to their initiative. This bonus can be invoked even after initiative rolls have been made, allowing the wearer to adapt to the flow of combat and seize a strategic advantage by acting sooner in the turn order. Importantly, the charm's power can be used multiple times during the same day, but each use of the charm accumulates a -8 penalty to all future initiative checks for the remainder of that day. This cumulative penalty reflects the charm's draining effects as it taps into the wearer's future readiness to provide an immediate edge in the present. And the rest of it's flavor text. But yeah, I can, it's a hey, I rolled a really dog shit on my initiative and +8 it.
At any point in the middle of combat, so technically they can shift their initiative higher if they want to.
Ooh. Basically, a dude can go, and then I can go, and then I can go, oh, by the way, I'm going for him next turn too. Yeah.
Yep. It's nasty, but it has a really nasty drawback.
Yeah, the -8 to future to all other initiative checks that day.
Yep.
Oofa.
Good for immediate benefit.
In other words, use it when you don't think you're going to have to fight again.
Or
use it when you want to say fuck you.
Screw
Hey.
you, God. I'm going first.
Pretty much.
Screw the rules. I have green hair.
I thought it was blue.
No, he says green hair.
Oh, does it?
No, the quote is green hair.
Oh,
Shoal
I'm not-
technically has red hair and blue fur.
true. I have brightly colored hair. That means I win. So last scene of this little adventure, leaving the little mini in-city quest aside for the time being, because you guys have made some good progress. And yes, we're going to continue going, because I'm assuming after the month is over, you guys are going to want to choose your next mission and walk into that nonsense.
Oh
Key.
boy.
When you get home, there is a very simple box, not on your doorstep, not in your living room, but on your bed, with a little note that says, you know, the regular stuff wouldn't probably work, and you'd probably appreciate this. In a handwriting that looks like somebody just kind of scribbled it out and sent it. You have a feeling you know where it's from. Here is yours. People donated for this. You may read it out loud if you'd like. I did send that right person. Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Sorry, it was taking me a second.
It was fine.
The Electro Anchor is an ingeniously designed device, tailored for the needs of the Savnus. This device takes the form of a robust ovular pendant, intended to be attached to a chain and worn around the neck. Its exterior, while elegant, belies the complex technology housed within. Upon opening the top of the Electro Anchor, one discovers its core components: a small battery, an electromagnet, and a capacitor. These elements work synergistically to endow the wearer with unparalleled stabilization capabilities. The most remarkable feature of the Electro Anchor activates in critical situations. Should the wearer suffer life-threatening injuries, dropping to 0 hit points, the device immediately releases a magnetic pulse, restoring 2d8 plus 3 points of damage and keeping the Savnos stable. This life-saving action is powered by a special battery that is depleted when this effect is used, and requires a replacement. The cost for a new battery stands at 300 seals, a necessary investment for such a vital function. Beyond this emergency healing feature, the Electro Anchor provides ongoing support against control and paralysis effects. While the battery is charged, the wearer benefits from a +2 bonus against powers such as Hold Person, Hold Monster, and similar spells. This protective function operates by emitting small magnetic pulses, effectively disrupting and neutralizing debilitating magic or abilities that target the wearer. Designed as much for survival as for utility, the Electro Anchor is a testament to the Savnos' advanced technology and resilience. It's not just an accessory, but a guardian, ensuring that its bearer remains steadfast and unyielding, even when facing the gravest of dangers.
And yes, he is very familiar what the hell this thing is. This was used out in the wilds very commonly by your people.
Yeah. He's gonna be real surprised that this is here, because he didn't think that anything like this still existed. Did it come with a chain, or do I need to get a chain?
You'll have to discern a chain on your own, because it is one of the versatile items that are on this list. You have to, and this goes for Viv technically as well. If Viv wants to wear it as a bracelet, he has to get the bracelet or the chain for the bracelet. If he wishes to have it as a piercing, he must have it, or the piercing gotten. For you, you have to get the chain to decide where you want to wear it. Kind of the trade-off, because those items were technically more expensive than everybody else's, so I was like, no, I'm going to make them spend money.
Shoal was just gonna have it as an
As a what?
earring.
Yep, so you'll have to spend like the 10 scales basically to get it pierced.
Oh no. All those scales that I just made over.
I figured you'd be so upset that I made sure to increase the price from its norm. I'm kidding.
So Dalmatian paint is done.
Oh boy.
It's in art.
All right, let me copy the link and throw it somewhere.
It's still so adorable.
By the
also-
way, if people draw fan art for this game, typically if it's not me, I will at some point in time show it. And I will also probably throw it on the table for people. Because all I have to do is go like this. We want to do token. Drop it. Drop URL. I said drop URL. Why is it not giving me the URL?
What was the note again?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It was basically something hastily thrown in. Oh, really? It's
Okay.
hold on. Oh, good. It didn't open one of the bad folders. That would have been embarrassing. Did it go that time? Did it fall underneath the table? There it goes. There it goes. Now the YouTube gets to see it. There you go. Have a thing. Here, we'll lock it.
Gonna lock
Second.
it, and then I can't
I'm
play
gonna-
with it.
Yeah, I don't need you playing with it. Damn it.
So I don't know if Zim is
Oh, God.
aware, but in the past, is it just the past game or the past two games? There was always someone who would play with things. Usually it would be Viv, who ended up playing with things and somehow managed to make them break in the most hilarious ways on the table.
It's every game. It's every game. Somebody plays with something, and something happens where I'm like, okay, well that's stuck there, and I'm gonna lock it now.
The
Yeah,
eternally wobbling candle.
Oh,
The the stuck card in my GM screen.
yeah. Viv threw a card and it jammed itself in the DM screen.
For several sessions, and even after I locked it, it continued to wobble its way out very slowly. By the end of that, or not that game, it was halfway through the other game, it finally just fell out, even though it was a locked object, because the physics was in the system was just like,
It was
Nope.
like vibrating at supersonic speeds. It was great.
so. Yeah, I lock things now. If they need to remain down and I'm worried that they're going to get stuck somewhere, I lock them. By the way, yes, you can see that happen on stream, I think. The wobbly card was in the first few episodes, I think, of the previous game.
Also, reminder: there is Banan.
I didn't realize those.
All right, Banan. Banan's down here. All praise Banan.
Praise Banan.
Praise Banan.
Praise Banan.
Eat the banana.
How dare!
What did you expect from me?
Well, at least Paint's not gonna be the first dead now.
I mean, let's face it, there is a statistically high likelihood that it will be Dr. Volt.
Only if you explode yourself.
No fret. It's gonna be fret.
See, everybody's fighting to die first. It's okay that I'm going to murder Paint. See, chat? I'm not the bad guy. Everybody else is.
Oh, but when Shoal was gonna do it, everyone was so upset.
Because it's Shoal doing it.
Yeah, Shoal eats Faye.
Don't eat the puppy.
Well, then the puppy shouldn't be Faye.
I notice you never say that the puppy is delicious.
Tasty.
No.
So, nothing really eventful is going to happen for the rest of the month. I know that Viv gets one more roll so he can make it. I know that Key gets one more roll so they can make it. You guys can go ahead and clean up your shit. By the way, Dr. Volt, you are absolutely given a lab. It's
Huzzah!
not quite as big as you expected, but duh.
28, by the way.
Okay, so just to clarify, I get a full 4 weeks worth of
Yes.
prep time.
Yes,
Wonderful.
and so does Dr. Volt. By the way, Viv, roll me... You said 28, 2d4. Or no, wait. Hold on. Brain, 2d6. Thank you. I have brains. They do things. And then Key, roll your bakery things.
7.
Ooh, I'm surprised it was that low. That's how much scales you make.
I roll terrible.
You roll terrible when it doesn't matter.
Should
At least.
now that I am a gainfully employed scientist also be rolling?
Technically, yes.
Profession
rolling?
science.
Profession science or whatever. What? Go ahead.
Can Paint take a look at last ingredient delivery contracts?
He may attempt to roll his profession.
Oh no!
Well, I rolled a 25 on craft.
Roll a d8.
Okay, he does not understand them this day.
2.
Nope, it's like maybe you should go to school, which is available. 2, you make 2 whole scales during that week.
Huzzah!
For last, I rolled a 22.
D8.
1.
1 whole scale. Granted, that's still a lot of frickin' muffins that guy ordered, but 1 whole scale. I also happen to know you don't specifically charge that often, so
It's
that's
fine. It's because last is perhaps a bit too generous. He likes
so
doing the nice things.
important question is, do we get any initial funding scales?
It depends what you're asking for and what its purpose is. So now is the time where you guys get to make proposals.
Oh. Well, Fred will share with his scientific bird friendo that he is planning some defensive countermeasures for a certain big scary extraplanar monster thing, and will effectively let him know that he's making books of mass destruction, and that he needs more funding to make more books of mass destruction.
Well, obviously that anything with mass destruction can absolutely not be approved by this company, but any research into mass destruction and how to prevent it is necessary. He pushes forward paperwork. Just tell us how much you need and this paperwork here. And don't mention it's for mass destruction. It's obviously for protection of mass destruction, because I could never, ever in my life approve, the study of research of mass destruction.
Look, if you're going to treat Ebola, you just need to breed a shit ton of Ebola.
Obviously. Duh. And we're entitled to, out of every 10 books you make, 3 of them. Just that way we can, of course, conduct cursory research on how to prevent such things from being in existence.
Fred will just give a thumbs up and begin writing a requisition form for 10 blank books and writing supplies.
He'll look it over and be like, well, obviously these mass destruction bombs can never be in the city. Stamps it. We will make sure to use these for relevant testing to how to safeguard against mass fire issues within the city, even though I'm technically sure that this place couldn't burn. You never know with outside creatures coming in here, right?
Fret nods.
Ooh, I should get that one young gentleman on this. Maybe he can make some sort of shielding. Or plating. While you're still here, go write things. Silly mages.
And Fret will, of course, be gone.
The first thing you hear is one of those runes go off the moment you shut the door. And, so that's why it's a problem. Unfortunately, you filled out the paperwork, which means you had to supply the rune to him, and the first thing he did was like, what happens if I set this rune off right now? Oh.
Whoosh.
I see.
Now he has to redo the paperwork.
Oh, it's fine. Temporal magic here doesn't necessarily work, but recreation magic does! Mending, make hole. Huh? Mending. Make hole. Mending. There we go. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Magic is weird. So I'm assuming you guys are at some point going to go to the Recaller's office. Together? Yes? Not to speak like the scientist I just shoved in the corner.
At some point, yes.
Are you guys ready for your current mission list that is available?
Sure.
Yes.
Your mission options are: you have an investigation. It is entitled Darkness. You have a retrieval entitled A Good Bird. And investigate an old story. Anyone that you would like more details on, those are all Class D. You can also look at the training missions if you'd like. You know that the one training mission is on hold for you, but you have not been given the go-ahead yet.
Ah, that's right. Our training mission to go to the water
Waterworld.
place.
The water world.
Yeah, it's Mark D now. But you guys haven't been given the go-ahead, so it's still held.
It's still held for now. It's okay, Shoal. One day we'll go to the water world.
Do any of those sound good, or do I need to read training missions?
Sorry, I'm writing down the missions as is.
Right, what's the titles of the? Okay, so we've got a recovery, something about a bird, darkness, and
Yep, so it's investigate, titled Darkness, a retrieval mission, that is A Good Bird, and an investigate, old story.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
one of those last two.
I mean, I'm down to help Zero out.
Ha! You want to help Zero, but you don't want to help the songbird? I mean, I know she's depressed, but come on.
Oof.
My cousin was the bluebird of happiness. Old references old. But yes, I've got a little bit more information for any of those three. Choose one, tell me which one to read first.
Alright, since... does anyone in the team have an interest in any of the missions besides the last two?
I mean, Shoal, without more details, Shoal's kind of ambivalent to all three.
Do any of them stand out to paint?
Paint is just kind of along for the ride right now. He's probably got his nose buried in his bag, nibbling some more of the meat pie.
Bruh. My pie. My pie.
He looks over at the elemental. And just sends along a mental image of him trying to eat and it just kind of floating around before falling out of the water.
Bro. Bueno.
You cut
Sharing
out
is
there.
caring, duder.
That came through. He will sigh
Lost
and
looks
open
over.
the bag for Rex.
Lost looks over only to see Water Rex jump in the bag.
Bodacious!
We could have just gotten him ice chips or ice cream or something he could actually have.
He can't actually eat it. He's just sitting there going, bodacious, 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 bodacious. Friends are great. Bodacious. Friends theme song is now coming from his backpack.
Last makes a face, turns back to the missions. He's just gonna take a look at a good bird first. Maybe he can get Rex a role model.
The request is to locate and harvest a meat of a particular bird. According to this post, the bird is big, delicious, and mean.
Was this request by any chance posted by an Australian?
As if written by someone who hasn't eaten in days, the request details out the bird, how to find it, and the problems you may seek. Apparently, the bird is both too mean and too dumb to be domesticated, and yet manages the deep forest fine. The writing implies it may be an apex predator in its local environment. You tell me.
Wow.
I mean, it sounds kind of like it was written by an Australian.
Maybe.
Let's go to Australia.
So, Shoal,
Yes.
how badly do you want to chew on something?
Yes.
He's just gonna show the good bird mission to everyone. We haven't done a retrieval before, so why not?
Okay.
Paint will nod.
Why do I get the feeling Paint also wants to chew on something?
Paint always likes chewing on things. As he is currently chewing on his ball because the Rex won't let him have his meat pie.
I mean, you could totally have your meat pie. You know very well he's not actually eating it. He's just there because he wants to be.
Well, yes.
He doesn't eat.
But he's still he's still just chewing on his ball.
Bodacious, bodacious, bodacious. Friends theme song, bodacious, bodacious, bodacious. If Rex doesn't get a kick out of that, I don't know what the hell will kick him.
Last is going to hand over the little mission paper with its details over to Fret for the moment, and then he's going to reach into Paint's bag and scoop out Rex and the meat pie.
I guess I should probably roll to see which form he's actually in.
Sure.
2. What was that one?
No bueno, no bueno, no bueno, no bueno. Meat pie. Dance, 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 dance.
Where's my sheet? There's my sheet. Oh! Earth!
So you got a rock in your hand that is doing the wiggle.
Just going to As gently as possible, extract the rock archaeopteryx from the meat pie, and then hand feed paint the meat pie.
No. Sharing is caring. 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 Ah!
Paint is
It's
very
okay.
happily eating the pie.
Once
Howdy,
paint is
elemental.
finished consuming the meat pie, Rex will get pets.
Howdy, elemental. No treat, no bueno.
You don't even eat.
Bodacious lies. Not tubular, dude.
Well, we should probably see our commander about that mission now, shouldn't we?
Fret
As-
nods.
He tucks Rex under his arm. I guess we're going to Tooth. We need the debriefing.
Tooth is there. He's half-heartedly pretending like he ever cleans his cups. Before moving over. I heard you idiots were, taking on the everything, huh?
Fret nods.
How fantastic. We could use a little bit more positive press around here. After all, Captain hates me, I hate him.
Well, you may wish to get in touch with the captain of the guard if you don't want them to hate you too.
How bloody hell what did I do now?
Not you. There's a pair of new organizations in the city, and they've been causing trouble.
Oh, bloody hell, they can stay the hell out of here. I'll kick their asses.
I've tried to inform the captain as best I can, but it seems they're avoiding making people suspicious of the wharves, so they're probably somewhere here.
Oh, bloody fantastic. That's all I need is that kind of crap here. You get a bunch of old pirates around here as is, being dumbasses. Look at me, I was a pirate. At least I can keep my nose somewhat clean. Hey, whatever. It is what it is. If we have to burn it all, we'll burn it all. Nothing new. So, what mission have y'all selected?
The retrieval one.
A good bird, and he presents the paper.
Alright. Guy who had such an accent. I'm pretty sure he kept on calling it a good bird. Good bird? Ah, bloody hell. It doesn't matter if you really want to talk to him. He doesn't live here in the wharfs, but over in the legacy, cultural legacy. Wears a really weird hat with teeth in it. Kind of uncomfortable when, you're missing teeth yourself, but I can give you his address.
That would be appreciated.
He'll pull out some paperwork and actually hand you an address. Like he does have some level of professional in him. There you are. Anything else?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Hey, Shoal.
Yeah.
Remember Betty?
Yeah.
She got knocked out last week.
By who?
I wish I could tell you.
Did you get knocked out first?
Nah, I was ducking down because they were starting to throw shit again. And then, suddenly I heard Betty's down. And I popped up, and Betty was down. She was just right over there, flat on her back. Nobody knows exactly how. She had a big old shiner. She's not happy. If you see her, please give her a berth. She's aiming to kill whoever the hell did it to her. Apparently, she doesn't even know who the hell got her. Sucker punch sounds like.
Oh yeah, those are not okay.
Well,
Well, I
whoever
feel
it is
bad-
better keep their mouth shut.
As I feel bad for whoever it is.
Hey, yeah, she's mad. Yeah, give her space if you see her. Like, I mean, a lot of space. Never seen that woman that mad.
Well, it's a good thing we're going on a field trip.
Hey, all right, you still get to leave. I run this place.
Out of character, what is Shoal's regular going to do while they're gone?
Stand there and wait.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh.
Shoal will blink and go, oh, if possible, I need a short, verbal message delivered to to someone on the wharf later.
Hey, you know the cost? It's only, what, like a scale?
Yeah.
Hey,
So Shoal's message is going to be, yeah, recall our business. I'm gonna be gone for a little while. I will see you when I return.
oh,
Eh.
don't tell me that you have a heart, Shoal.
No, well, kind of, but it's just I don't know. They've been using my services for transportation this entire time I've been back, specifically waiting for me.
Well, look at that. Shoal has a heart after all. How adorable.
I mean, I'm an asshole. I'm not cruel.
True.
I wasn't gonna leave him just to wait the entire.
No, but I'm still gonna call you adorable.
I will fucking bite your shin off.
Fret just kind of gives the emphatic thumbs up of agreement.
I don't have a shin. Different anime.
You have
And
the
then-
equivalent of a shin.
And I will
Fret
hug
will-
you. Because
Fret
you will
will-
hate it. Go ahead.
I
Fret will
will.
do the
I will bite both of you. Be
ruffling-
quiet.
ruffling Shoal's head fluff.
So you have chosen death.
Yep.
Shoal just says this in the most like serious anime protagonist way possible.
And Fret just kind of nods affirmative.
I
So-
regret to inform you that our party will be coming back minus one member.
Fret frowns.
Why do I doubt this?
Oh,
He
because
has
he's
chosen
secretly a
death.
sweetheart.
So, Lost can't help but like try and lean over a little bit to check if Tooth actually doesn't have shins.
Different anatomy. Technically, he does not have shins.
And that's why Shoal amended it to whatever the equivalent of shins is for you.
I'm just reminded of like any cartoon with an alien in it, and they'll just make up a word for an organ.
Ah, yes.
Technically, he doesn't have bones. He has cartilage.
And there goes Era making up words.
What? So I don't understand the word you're using for whatever accounts as legs for Tooth.
Cartilage is very sturdy. Touch your own damn nose, damn it. God damn.
No, not cartilage. The other word.
What word did I just use?
He didn't give it a word. He just said that it's technically not a shin because it's cartilage, not bone.
It sounded like anemone, and brain is like short circuiting.
I did not say an
What?
I can't say that word. The animal.
An anemone?
I can't say that word. Congratulations, you hit one of those like 5 words I actually cannot pronounce ever.
And even better, you could have one that's opposed to you, and that's an enemy in it.
All right, so Dr. Shoal's in the corner again. Got it.
Again with the Dr. Shoal.
Dr. Shoal.
Yes, that time was intentional.
You're just mad that I can speak words that you cannot.
Aw.
Bitch, there's like 5 words a lot of people can say that I can't. Wait, I solved one of them. I can say Australia now. I used to not be able to say that word.
That's a place.
But you know, it's not typical for those to oppose you, so that makes it an anomaly enemy anemone.
Okay,
No.
so we're
Go to the corner.
I have officially become completely lost on this conversation.
there is no cornery enough to put.
Wait, I'm a
kind
VTuber.
of
That would make it. That would be an anomaly enemy anemone anime.
Down, boy.
Now, how do I fit the word enema into this?
You know,
No.
if we were
Maybe not.
in my Discord, you'd have so many timeout channels you could just throw him into. Just saying.
I've got timeout channels. I'm lazy.
Do it.
Okay, no. We're gonna move on instead. We got 15 minutes
Okay.
left, so let's go ahead and get to the closing of this particular session because this is a good time to stop. After the jovialness between everybody, yada blah, because I can't say the word, but you know, Shark Boy don't have shins because technically he doesn't have bones, he has cartilage, yada yada blah. You guys are gonna go over to a house that looks like it is decorated very specifically. It looks very rural, despite being in the city. And it's got animal traps all over the place. It has a slightly desert-like vibe. Is Australia involved? Maybe. But there is a enter at your own risk sign at the entrance. You already feel like you're in for an event with this man.
Oh boy.
And that's where I'm going to end things, because I actually did not expect you guys to go for this one at all. I expected another one, so I did a lot more pre-work on the other ones than this one.
I promise we'll get to them.
That and Key needs to go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah, Key needs to go to fuck to sleep.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. If I didn't have to sleep, we could keep going.
Well, to be fair,
Out of prepared shit.
I also have another game that's starting in 15 minutes.
Oh, that
And
too.
having a break is a good thing. Every once in a
Yes.
while.
Take a breath. Take a break.
Yes, a break until next week, then we play again.
No, we got the torture session of it, or technically now.
I thought that was covered in the last one.
No, this next session's going to be the next Elden Ring crowd control, because the goal was met.
That's
Going to
next
be a
Saturday,
thing.
right?
Yep, and I'm going to have to tell Rygon, because I didn't include Rygon initially in this. I was just like, I'm going to torture myself. And then I was like, hey, Rygon, I'm doing this. And he's like, oh, I'll join. And he was like, that is your mistake, buddy.
Oh yes,
You
it is,
don't-
because I'm gonna
you-
be in both chats at the same time.
I know. And I was like, have you met my friends?
All the support.
Yeah. But honestly, those that donated, thank you so much. Small tidbit. Every time I go in the doctor, I have to give at least 5 vials of blood. 3 of those are for cancer checks. Sometimes it's more. The last time I was in, it was 9. So you're helping me. I hope. Maybe. We'll see. Because my cancer risk is so stupid high. But over on my channel, we're going to go ahead and raid Raw Zim. I am not going to give you a raid message because Zim's channel can hear me and Zim can hear me, so there's no point. Just spam my emotes or something. In the meantime, I'm going to end this session, so I'm going to say thank you so much for watching. I appreciate y'all. Drink more water, take care of yourselves, and continue being adventurous. Bye, folks!
Woo.
Raid. We're out of my end. Who wants to flip the table?
Gasp.
Rank up.
What
Hold
is
the
this
line. This
surprise
hamlet shall not
that has
fall.
befallen me? This entirely
Rank_Dragon
unexpected
Dealer
raid.
raided my stream with 5 viewers.
Me. You saved it, right?
Yep, it's all yours. Boof. Bye, table. Wow, you did it a second time. Wow, it's flying far. Bye, table.
There you go. I got it 4 times.
Alright,
But
I'm
yes.
gonna go and do my outro here.
All right, you got to do one too. Go ahead and do it.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by checking out my friends who also stream, such as drunk_dragon_era, as well as... I am going to try and get it right. Oneko Taiago?
Me? What about me?
Hey, I got it right!
What's it?
There will be links to them down in the description below. But for now, thanks so much for joining, everybody, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Bye.
You're all cuties.